Buenos días, bola de cap. No, güey, ¿por qué te pones tan loco desde la mañana? ¿Cómo están? Espero que estén teniendo un excelente miércoles, que le estén pasando muy bien. He estado hecho pomada, damas y caballeros. No he estado durmiendo por un ratito. Bueno, no durmiendo bien. Luego les contaré el por qué. Son buenas noticias. En realidad son noticias que valen verga. Pero lo tengo que decir porque he estado muy cansado. Ayer iba a ser un gran nadie me preguntó. Tengo un excelente, no es un nadie me preguntó, lo voy a poner en el canal de tu tío Salo. Tengo un excelente video porque tuve una excelente revelación, un excelente download de información y lo quiero compartir con ustedes. Se van a volver locos, creo. Y a ver cómo va a ser más entretenido que nada. En fin, oigan. Todo esto va de acuerdo al plan. Vamos a aprovechar todas estas oportunidades, damas y caballeros. ¿Y cuál es el plan? Para todos los que se lo pregunten. Todo lo que hemos comprado, hemos estado decidiendo, güey, vamos a holdear, vamos a aguantar la bajada, entrar en mejores precios. Pero en este momento está dando una oportunidad buenísima para salirnos porque definitivamente vamos a ver una caída después. Y la razón por la que definitivamente vas a ver una caída después es porque estás simplemente jugando en el mismo ciclo de siempre, no hay cosas nuevas, no tenemos que preocuparnos de, uy, ¿qué pasa si cambia todo ahora de la nada? No tenemos que preocuparnos por nada de eso. Y también todos mis adorados pacos divinos están todos creyendo que toda la bolsa va a ir a altos históricos, ¿no? Cuando son solamente 4 índices y una que otra empresa. Y eso nos confirma exactamente lo que estamos viendo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es esto, porque recuerda, iba a ser la Gran Depresión. Donald Trump había puesto una foto de 1929 y nos había señalado que se venía la Gran Depresión. Ahora sí viene. Pero después de esto que estamos viviendo ahorita y nosotros que estamos en cripto somos uno de los más beneficiados por nuestras posiciones porque una de las cosas que más pompea con hype estúpido es cripto y sobre todo porque tiene un rango mucho más grande a pompear. ¿Por qué? Porque cripto sí se dio su bajón normal de ciclo y sigue de acuerdo al ciclo, no ha cambiado absolutamente nada. Entonces podemos aprovechar este gran rip a la alza y lo único que tenemos que esperar es ese momento correcto, tíos. Y ese momento correcto es cuando todo Paco, todo David, todo el mundo esté del otro lado. Y para mí, se los he dicho una y otra vez, en cuanto pasen ese Clarity Act en Estados Unidos, que es el follón a cripto, ahí es donde nosotros vamos a tener nuestra señal de salida y muy contentamente vamos a largarnos de ahí, no tener que lidiar con todos los demás, vamos a volver a entrar todavía más bajo, vamos a comprar bonito, vamos a esperar y vamos a tener todos esos deliciosos beneficios, damas y caballeros. Así que estoy muy emocionado. Sigan de acuerdo al plan. Entonces, no crean que hay algo fundamental cambiando en todo esto, ¿eh? Nada. Literalmente es lo mismo. O sea, la gente que habla, los fundamentales, no hay fundamentales de nada. Pinche mercado artificial, todo. Mientras más rápido lo aprendas, menos información tienes que detener en tu cabeza y más fácil se vuelve todo. Créanme, siendo el gran pendejo que soy, no tener que aprenderme nada de esto y los grandes fundamentales y wow, y todo el lingo que me enseñaron en la escuelita, es delicioso. Es delicioso no tener nada aquí. Nada, absolutamente nada. Algo que sí tengo aquí es algo interesante que ustedes saben cuántas veces nos han estado engañando o intentando decir, ¿no? Porque hasta creo que hace 2 semanas o 3 semanas nos estaban diciendo otra vez que venía una nueva versión del virus, ¿se acuerdan? Pero ahorita están aferrados a engañarnos o a hacerlos a todos, darles miedo con esto. Es la cosa más chistosa que he visto porque en verdad es una estupidez gigantesca. Pero es esto. Para empezar, esto es alguien hablando de Sam Altman estando en una lista de espera. Por cierto, Sam Altman va a estar en una lista de espera. ¿Quién va delante de Sam Altman en esta lista de espera? Voy a leer todo esto rapidísimo. Creo que ya lo habíamos leído, pero aún así. Sam Altman ha admitido que está en una lista de espera para una operación que digitalizaría su cerebro. Este procedimiento lo mataría. Él considera que eso es aceptable y para ser inmortal. Esta es la persona que está haciendo bla, bla, bla de inteligencia artificial. Bueno, para empezar, me imagino que esperaría yo que esté en lista de espera solamente para que el proceso, para que literalmente usen a 2 borreguitos, 3 borreguitos, los sacrifiquen y vean si funciona, ¿no? Eso es lo que te imaginarías. Porque imagínate en qué lista de espera estaría Sam Altman. ¿Quién está delante de ese güey? ¿No? O sea, imagínate tú cuánto tendrías que esperar si estás en la lista de espera detrás de Sam Altman. Estarías, pero güey, yo estaría literalmente, sería el último humano en el planeta en esa lista, me imagino. Y de esto los quiero llevar a esta. Esta es divertida. Atención, los robots humanoides están empezando a perseguir cerdos salvajes en Polonia. Y los oficiales están teniendo problemas a controlarlos. Se me pone la piel chinita. El nuevo fin del mundo con la inteligencia artificial y la IA y los robots. ¿Qué vamos a hacer con los robots que están persiguiendo cerdos y los oficiales no los pueden parar? Esos son mis cosas favoritas. Honestamente, que las mismas, ¿no? Como la gente que dice de Claude, que también hay mucha gente cayendo en la de, ¿cuál es la de Claude? Que la nueva versión que le están dando a las empresas gigantescas tiene un riesgo gigante si lo comparten contigo, porque esta madre se escapó y se está copiando y se salió y luego le mandó un correo a estos güeyes, o sea, Por cierto, imagínate que tienes una empresa que se dedica a hacer concreto, ¿ok? Solamente imagina. Pues yo creo que es un ejemplo muy neutral para todos nosotros. Tienes una empresa que se dedica a hacer concreto y le dices a todo el mundo, nadie sabe esto, nadie está sacando un correo, nadie lo está mandando a ningún lado, no hay un espía dentro de tu empresa, porque recuerda, si hay alguien lo matas, como Sam Altman se encargó del güey que solamente se peleó por lo de los copyrights de los dibujitos animados, pero bueno, es otra cosa que a todo el mundo ya se le olvidó. Pero no, imagínate que nadie manda un correo a nadie y yo de repente pongo un tweet como el empresario dueño de esta empresa en concreto. Uta, es que no saben, voy a tener que detener estas cajas de cemento que están comprando todos en Costco porque aparentemente están matando a todos los que entran en contacto y respiran este cemento. Pero bueno, vamos a seguir haciendo pruebas. Güey, o sea, literalmente, creo que tiene esto que ser. ¿Ustedes cómo lo ven? ¿Creen que esta sea la temporada de la humanidad donde somos más pendejos que nunca? ¿O simplemente, es que no sé cuál sea la otra opción, o simplemente nos estamos dando cuenta porque está el internet y están haciendo este tipo de cosas tan obvias? Pero al mismo tiempo nadie lo sabe, ¿no? Es como que todo el mundo actúa como si fuera normal. Se los he dicho 1000 veces. Siendo consultor, habiendo trabajado con muchísima gente, habiendo empezado muchísimas empresas con pocos éxitos, pero los éxitos han pagado muy bien y con muchas fallas, se los digo, la 99%, no. Yo digo que todas mis fallas, todas son culpa mía, todas. Pero es porque contrato gente. Ahora sí que en vez de buscar al güey más cabrón de todos, bla, 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 contrato muy buena gente a nivel alto que te imaginarías puede hacer esto, pero 99.9999% de la gente es retrasada mental, tíos. Se los digo de corazón. Y puede que sean muy buenos haciendo lo que hacen, pero son una mierda en cuanto los pones a hacer otra, ¿no? Tenía un desarrollador que era una máquina, güey. Y el día que le traje a otro güey que era como de su mismo nivel, literalmente se volvió loco. De la nada. No, es que lo vas a poner y se pone en contra de él, aunque los dos estén de acuerdo en esto. O sea, güey, 99.9% de la gente, y se los digo de corazón para que ustedes tengan esto en mente, es retrasada mental. Gente que estás viendo en podcast, los podcasts se deberían de llamar idiotas entrevistando a idiotas. Estamos en ese punto. ¿Cuánta información nueva? Ya, por cierto, ya no hay información nueva. Todos los podcasts, ya vimos todos los de salud, ya vimos todo lo que te pasa con la marihuana, ya vimos todo lo que te pasa con la testosterona, ya vimos qué pasa cuando te inyectas peptidos, ya sabes todo lo que pasa con todas estas cosas, ¿no? Perfecto, lo tenemos bien analizado. Excelente. ¿Qué hay nuevo con toda esta gente que tiene que ir de un podcast a otro para decir pendejadas? ¿Qué hay? Y se los digo una vez más, toda la gente, y ahora lo que han hecho, que es inteligentísimo, es validar todo esto dándole a gente muchísimos seguidores. Porque la gente cree, no, es que a este güey sí lo sigue mucha gente, entonces sus consejos son buenísimos. Mm. Otra cosa que me da esperanza de lo que estamos platicando de este pompazo, por cierto, ayer un amigo me escribe de la nada. Este güey es más grande que yo, tiene casi 50 años y no sabe nada de tecnología. El cabrón no tiene un Apple TV, no, o sea, ve las noticias todo el puto día, ¿no? Es lo que pone en la tele y también deportes, le gustan los deportes, Dios lo bendiga. Y me escribe y me dice, ¿qué opinas de XRP? Y le digo, ¿por qué? Y me dice, es que, güey, está muy barato, cuesta como $1, deberíamos de comprar muchísimo porque va a subir un chingo de precio. Y le digo, no mames, ¿quién te dijo? O este amigo que tengo que trabaja haciendo cohetes. Nosotros nos imaginamos, alguien que hace cohetes que trabajen en cualquier división del espacio, ha de ser un genio. No, no, no. Y una vez más, yo no estoy diciendo que soy inteligente. Yo nada más no soy tan estúpido. Es lo único que soy. Y le digo, güey, tengo que ser honesto contigo. Y a todos ustedes, los quiero mucho. Sí, y por cierto, hay gente, si no lo saben, y tengo que ser, voy a ser un poco delicado con esto. Hay gente que le gusta que se caguen en ellos, ¿no? Que su pareja, que tu mujer se siente en una tina encima de ti y tú así, y te tire una calientita en la cara o en el pecho, ¿no? Hay gente que le gusta eso y está perfecto. Yo nunca les voy a decir, no, güey, qué horror que te hagan eso. Yo no me meto en estas cosas. Hay gente que escribe, ¿no? Me etiqueta, tengo la bendición de ser etiquetado por la gente más inteligente del mundo, el XRP Army, en todos los posts donde una fuente anónima dice XRP va a subir a 100,000. Ah, pero no se lo digas al pendejo de Salomondrín, porque ese güey va a decir que no es cierto, ¿no? Ok. Tío, si quieren comprar esa madre, cómprenla. Pero yo le tuve que decir la verdad de lo que yo he observado en mi experiencia. Y le dije, güey, la gente más pendeja que conozco es la que está en el tren de que XRP va a ser el nuevo sistema financiero, cuando simplemente son las monedas estables, ¿no? Que es literalmente el nuevo sistema financiero. Y el güey me dice, ¿por qué? Y le digo, a ver, le di el ejemplo de, si tienes una maquinita que imprime dólares, ¿no? Infinitos, dinero infinito, ¿la cambiarías por algo que tienes que comprar? O sea, literalmente ya no tienes tu maquinita que hace dinero gratis. Ahora tienes que comprar algo. Y me dice, obviamente no. Y le digo, eso es lo que piensan estos idiotas. Así de fácil. Y me dice, ok, no, tienes razón. Y le dije, güey, tío, quiero que sepas, no te estoy diciendo que no lo compres. Si vas a comprar, simplemente no le metas grande. Cómpralo y te voy a decir qué es lo que va a pasar. Ahorita va a subir tantito y para verano vas a estar por ahí de entre 80 y 60 centavos. ¿No? Y si es lo que quieres, está bien, pero no te va a dar más. Dice, ¿pero qué tanto puedes subir? Y le digo, la gente cree que hay idiotas que dicen que a $100. Hay otros que dicen a $32, ¿no? Como el güey ese de la entrevista que siempre cuento. Y hay otros que dicen a $6. $6 no es tan loco, pero tomará bastante tiempo, sobre todo considerando que hizo all-time highs por esto, ¿no? Altos históricos por eso. Entonces, básicamente la respuesta fue, creo que tienes más riesgo entrando en eso que beneficio a largo plazo. Hay muchas más cosas. Si quieres invertir en el nuevo sistema financiero de verdad, te lo cuento, ¿no? Y total, pues le conté y me dice, ok, cuando me digas que sea tiempo, lo hacemos. Entonces, estoy emocionado de poder enseñarle a mi cuate del nuevo sistema financiero. Espero que nos salga bien la jugada. Yo creo que sí, yo creo que sí. Está muy interesante todo lo que está pasando, ¿no? Todo muy, 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 muy bueno. Y también lo que no me deja de impresionar, y ya nos vamos a ir al casino del tío Salo, lo que no me deja de impresionar es lo fácil que es convencer a la gente que ahora todo es alcista, y luego todo es bajista, y luego todo es alcista, y luego todo es bajista. En mi vida había visto algo así. Nunca me había dado cuenta la poca convicción que tiene la gente. Es más, la gente no tiene convicciones, es simplemente llevada por la marea. todo el tiempo. Es cabrón darte cuenta de eso. En fin, vamos a estar platicando, yo creo que hoy en la tarde, honestamente, hacer un video en el canal de tu tío Salo para poder platicar de la realidad. Güey, esto no es una simulación como nosotros pensamos, ¿eh? Es un sueño de 6 cabrones. Y estos 6 cabrones no están soñando nada más dormidos, están activamente despiertos manejando este pedo. Y es muy divertido porque tiene capas. Tiene capas este pedo. Lo vamos a platicar, por supuesto, pero no sé cuánto tiempo me vaya a tomar en el canal de tu tío Salo, así que los que estén interesados ahí los veo en un rato, acabando esto y más que hacer. Pero por ahora, solamente para repetir esto, tíos, nada ha cambiado. La razón por la que la bolsa está cayendo es porque simplemente piénsalo. Todo es más caro para las empresas. Los productos no los pueden vender más caros, los tienen que vender más baratos porque la gente no tiene un puto centavo. Y eso da malos resultados generan despidos generan pobreza y luego tiras la bolsa y la bolsa, esta vez, damas y caballeros, esta vez es el ancla de la riqueza de la clase media. Olvídate de la clase alta en Estados Unidos, la clase media. Una vez que caiga la bolsa rico, todo el mundo va a estar destruido. Y estamos viendo bienes raíces empezando ya en una mega corrección, la mitad del país, ¿no? Pero estamos ya en ese punto y pues simplemente es cosa de esperar a que todo esto juegue. Una vez más, estamos ante el pompazo antes de la brutal caída y esto no aplica para todo. Otra cosa que estoy viendo, no sé, igual es porque platicamos aquí de esto, pero Nike le están haciendo una promoción ahorita de, no, güey, es que Tim Cook acaba de comprar $1 millón de acciones de Nike, ¿no? Güey, se los van a llevar a todos a la verga. Yo decía, güey, Nike tiene que rebotar mínimo. Se los van a cargar. Están haciendo lo posible para que hagan pensar que todo el mundo que es un gran deal. Entonces, ojo, una vez más, está cambiando cómo funciona el mundo. No quieres invertir en empresas como BlackBerry cuando salió Android, cuando salió el iPhone. No quieres invertir en Nike cuando existe Temu, cuando existe Shein, cuando existen todas las marcas que tienen todos tus creadores favoritos, cuando ya tienes Under Armour, cuando tienes todas estas diferentes marcas de eso. No tiene sentido alguno y sobre todo entendiendo que las marcas más grandes, por ejemplo, Jeff Bezos a través de Amazon ha destruido a muchísima gente como lo ha hecho Costco, quitando Walmart, destruyendo todas las comunidades y los negocios chicos para ellos absorberlos. Lo mismo está haciendo Jeff Bezos con sus negocios, ¿no? Haces pañales, el güey va a hacer pañales más barato para sacarte de negocio. Todas las empresas de IA van a volverse empresas de producción de todo. No tiene sentido alguno que estés casado con eso. Y se los digo, se los quieren abrochar. Y no sé por qué me enseñen esto. No sé si el sistema crea que estoy interesado en Nike o no sé si el sistema creo que soy tan estúpido. Bueno, tal vez me tiene bien categorizado, pero en esa no voy a caer. Y pues bueno, es lo que tenemos. Entonces, todo sigue. No crean que estas empresas van a rebotar. Si algo está en la mierda ahorita, por ejemplo, Oclo que está en la mierda ahorita, no va a ir a altos históricos. La idea es sencilla. Altos históricos viene las 7 magníficas y los índices. ¿Por qué? Porque es la forma de mantener a todo Paco siguiendo hablando de que la bolsa está muy bien. Lo acabamos de comprobar en la bajada. Bajaron tantito y a todo el mundo, ¡ah, es la recesión y el 1929! Cuando todo está en la mierda y todo continúa en la mierda menos esas empresas. Date cuenta, vas a disfrutar muchísimo esto. Es una comedia gigantesca este show. La Tierra tiene que ser uno de los mejores es uno de los mejores shows de realidad en toda la galaxia. Hay mucha comedia. Me encanta la comedia de la Tierra. Todo el mundo se la traga entera. Pero bueno, vamos a ir rápido. Los quiero invitar como de que no, brother, a nuestro Discord. ¿Y por qué los quiero invitar a nuestro Discord? Aquí, para todos los que se pregunten de qué tan grande la tengo y qué tal me huele, nada mal les voy a decir. Simplemente les estaba recordando el video de ayer, todos seguimos en el título, que no te nublen las emociones, que no te nublen las estupideces que te están contando, tíos, por favor. Y también para todos los integrantes del Trading Academy tenemos el nuevo chat. Ya vi que lo están usando, no tengo que decir más, así que me da gusto. Y también va a venir esto para Salovisa, por supuesto, el gran Bruno, proveedor de tecnología de Salomondrin Inc., está haciendo todo. Ahora, ahorita vamos a analizar Circle. Circle va a tener este pump ahorita, pero les digo, se va a regresar, se va a regresar. Sean pacientes, tíos. Sean pacientes, sean pacientes, sean pacientes. Lo que tenemos ahorita, los que estamos dentro en Coinbase y Circle, vamos a querer vender. Y simplemente vamos a querer vender en un extremo. Para todos los que se les perdió la gran subidota que había hecho, por ejemplo, aquí, ¿no? Que llegó hasta los 135, 100, casi $140 Circle, vamos a poder deshacernos de él. Y lo vamos a hacer aquí arriba. Y no me va a dar miedo para nada. Esto viene ya bien dibujado, pintado, etcétera. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. También el buen Alex ha estado reventando algunos trades para que lo puedan estar siguiendo. Todo lo está aquí. También tienen los de Par. Les había dejado un gran long por acá. Yo estoy participando en este long, honestamente. No se ha metido hasta el 73.150. Y yo estoy promediando mis entradas. Estoy dentro. Y estoy esperando a que sí, ojalá y se regrese hasta ahí, porque esa un poquito abajo es mi última entrada, para tener un buen promedio y ver cómo nos va. Y también estar alerta, ¿no? Puede ser que este gran pompazo que ya se llevó el alto sea el alto. Vamos a ver, no lo creo porque, una vez más, el Clarity Act para mí ha sido clave todo este tiempo. Y una vez que nos den el Clarity Act, en mi opinión, vamos a caer porque es malo para cripto. No, la gente que te dice fundamentales de cripto no entiende fundamentales de nada. Es bueno para el dólar. Entonces, una vez que pase eso, debemos de tener el cogidón final porque están, una vez más, no por fundamentales, porque están hypeando a la gente con él. Es la zanahoria que tienen todos enfrente ahorita y cualquier persona que tenga un leve retraso mental va a continuar siguiendo esa zanahoria y va a caer en la trampa. Así que estén pendientes, vengan a ETA y vamos a ver qué chingados dice Alex. Acaba de poner un corto. Ay, güey, ¿quién te viera, Alex? ¿Quién te viera? Pero estaría bueno porque eso nos ayuda en nuestro long. Vamos a ver si sí, pero yo ya estoy dentro. También tenemos, para toda la gente que está leyendo los updates de Alex, tiene aquí todo su criptolingo, que es la explicación de todas las palabras que usa el cabrón. De las pocas palabras que usa el cabrón, vamos a decir, ¿no? Porque es muy... le gusta mucho usar abreviaciones como a todos los jóvenes, ¿no? Uno que está viejito y que pone todas las palabras. Los jóvenes, ya no entiendo los mensajes de texto de los jóvenes, lo siento. Si alguien puede mandarme un diccionario de cómo chingados entienden lo que están poniendo... No, ya, el tío Salo está. Ya es el abuelo Salo, cabrón. Estamos a 2 meses de ello. Pero aquí tienen fuera de pedo todo el lingo que usa Alex. Y para todos ustedes, si están aprendiendo esto, quieren aprender de trading, quieren aprender de invertir, que una vez más, están literalmente cambiando todo el sistema financiero y están haciendo que todo se vuelva, si se dan cuenta, en México, estoy seguro que lo puedes ver, todos tus comerciales son del caliente y todos estos lugares de apuesta, toda la economía mundial se va a volver solamente eso, porque no vas a tener nada que hacer cuando todos te roben tu trabajo, ¿ok? Y vas a tener que adaptarte a vivir como yo. Suerte con eso, cabrón. Y lo mejor que puedes hacer, honestamente, es aprender a invertir. No apostar, no apostar. Ahora, les dije en la última, ¿no? Hay mucha gente que me ha estado escribiendo que ha perdido todo su dinero apostando y que lo han hecho varias veces. Y les dije, güey, pues deja de apostar. Y mucha gente dice, pero tú estás enseñando trading, que es como apostar. Estoy de acuerdo, pero si yo pierdo todo mi dinero 2 veces seguidas haciendo algo, pues lo dejaría. Si camino, alguien me dice, güey, camina y vas a poder atravesar la pared y camino y me pego la primera, no lo voy a intentar una segunda vez, brother. Tal vez tú sí, yo no. Entonces, aquí la idea es que todos ustedes puedan aprender a hacer dinero de la manera más sencilla. Y honestamente, la manera más sencilla es simplemente apostando en contra de todos tus pacos favoritos y todos los Davids que los escuchan. Porque, tío, literalmente nos está Dios regalando a todos estos güeyes y todo su dinero. Entonces, vamos a tomar ventaja de ello. Si nunca en tu puta vida has sabido cómo hacer trading, cómo invertir ni nada, ven a este pinche galán. No, no. Este fin de semana hay carrera en Long Beach, voy a ir a ver al pinche pato. Tenemos acá nuestro sitio web para todo este pedo. Lo que yo quiero que hagan es que aprendas las bases. Si quieres aprender a invertir, no tienes que aprender a tradear, pero quieres aprender a leer las tablas. Siempre se los digo, las mentiras que les cuentan en las noticias vienen acompañadas con mentiras que son bastante obvias de ver en la tabla. Por ejemplo, el dólar. Cuando me estás diciendo que el dólar se va a ir a cero y Estados Unidos quiere el Bitcoin Standard y todas estas estupideces que todo el mundo cree, ¿no? Porque es su trabajo. Bien, gracias. Síganlo creyendo, por favor, porque si no, pues, ¿a quién le voy a quitar su dinero? Qué feo, pero es cierto, es cierto. Alguien tiene que perder para que tú ganes, ¿no? Alguien vende su acción, tú la compras. O tú le vendes tu acción al tope, ¿no? Si quieres aprender a hacer eso, lo mejor que puedes hacer es poder analizar tablas básicamente, tío, para que puedas entender esos momentos. Cuando algo está en un soporte súper importante y te dicen, no, es que ahora se va a ir a cero, y no tiene sentido eso, y estás viendo que está en un soporte importante donde simplemente tiene que rebotar al alza como el dólar, eventualmente, una vez más, estamos esperando, no quieres adivinar tiempos, simplemente darle al ciclo su tiempo, porque todo esto se mueve en ciclos. Y ya, entonces lo mejor que puedes hacer es, tenemos aquí un cursillo de $29. ¿Dónde lo tienes? Lo tienes aquí arriba, pero también puedes meterte en precios. Deberíamos de productos, ¿no? Y aquí está. Se llama Curso para Principiantes de Cero a Trader. Con esto, tío, literalmente vas a aprender como a mí me hubiera encantado aprender, con lo más básico, qué programa vas a usar, a qué página de internet meterte, qué puta madre es una tabla, qué es una vela, qué es una tendencia. Todas esas cosas están aquí deletreadas lo más sencillo posible en un cursillo de 1 hora 40 minutos para ti. Y con eso, y viendo nuestros en vivos gratis, deberías de tener todo listo. Eso debería de ayudarte bastante a poder aprender esto. Ahora, si quieres aprender más allá de eso y hay cosas que no entiendes, que normalmente es lo que pasa, ¿no? Escuchas la teoría, la empiezas a ver, la empiezas a aplicar viendo los en vivos y dices, güey, aquí algo no me está saliendo bien. Sencillo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es venir a estas sesiones de trading en vivo. Mañana tenemos clase con ustedes exclusivamente para los miembros de este paquete para poder contestar cualquier pregunta que tengan sobre sus técnicas. Les tengo que advertir, cabrones, los estoy viendo. Por favor, se los ruego de todo corazón a todos ustedes. Si van a venir mañana a preguntar, vean el curso. No podemos empezar de, oye, ¿qué es una tendencia? No, o sea, ve el curso y pregunta. Y se nota cuando no lo haces. No seas hijo de puta. Se nota luego, luego. No es como si yo fuera a intentar pretender que sé de cohetes y hablar con Elon Musk. Se va a dar cuenta de que no sé nada. Ahora no porque sea Elon Musk o sea inteligente, pero si sabes las bases, te das cuenta cuando alguien no sabe las bases. Y ahí lo tienes. Alertas de trading también tenemos en tiempo real para todos ustedes. Estas son ideas. Y estas, en vez de solamente copiar, pegar, y esto se los digo, copiar, pegar a alguien invirtiendo te va a hacer mierda, tío. Lo mejor que puede, y también con estas alertas, primero aprende de corazón. Prefiero no vender un producto, quiero que aprendas y quiero que te vaya bien. Esa es la puta idea de todo esto, ¿no? Si hiciéramos esto por dinero, estaríamos cobrando lo que todas las demás personas están haciendo, ¿no? Un cursito de $500,000 no les caería mal y también, puta, vengan a platicar con nosotros por $500 al mes. Pero no es así de fácil. Y aquí está todo. En la parte de abajo de este video, en la descripción en YouTube, si estás buscándolo, güey, por favor, ve a YouTube, escribe Alejandro Salomón y en el video que estamos en vivo ahorita vas a tener todos los enlaces para esto y otras cosas. Y si ya eres un güey más avanzado, le vas a picar en tutos, estás listo para empezar tu vida en trading, estás listo para perder un poco de dinero, te vas a meter en tutos y ahí tenemos todo lo que son nuestros exchanges. Me imagino que hay un chingo de gente entrando al sitio en este momento y por eso está lento, o es mi internet se está muriendo, no sé. Pero en tutos tenemos cómo usar en lo que esto carga, ¿no? Cómo usar un exchange de futuros. Ahí tenemos el ejemplo de Bitunix. Para que lo puedas usar, es un video de 11 minutos gratis. También tenemos el de Blofin. Y ahí dice para qué funcionan y cómo mandar dinero, cómo abrir un trade, cómo cerrarlo, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un corto, cómo poner un take profit, stop loss, todas las cosas básicas, cómo sacar tu dinero, mandarlo ahí, moverlo dentro de, encontrar Bitcoin, encontrar Solana, todas esas cosas en un exchange que al principio, por más que sepas trading, es bastante complejo el concepto de, pero una vez que lo ves, es un video de 11 minutos, es completamente gratis también, como el Discord. Ahí lo tienen. Así que vamos a empezar esto, damas y caballeros. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Good morning, boys.
Buenos días, cabrones.
How we doing?
That's my new line.
Gets me every fucking time. Good, how are you?
Honestly, doing great. Watching Bitcoin rally right up to that 76K region. It's been eventful, honestly.
I'm long, unlike my dick, but I'm long.
I posted a long for the academy. We came really close to filling it, but it hasn't quite filled just yet.
I saw that's about there is my last entry. I like the average, dude, because sometimes it leaves me out, and I'm also really mad. I sold the short. Remember when we got to basically the top of that candle? I shorted that, and I sold it, dude. Fuck, and then it did go down like $2,000.
I remember you sold it on stream.
Yeah, No. I sold the long on stream because I did a long too, and also that one hurt because it got to 76. So I just keep fucking myself good because I keep nailing like the entry, but just not staying long enough. But either way, I like my quick money. I like my quickies. So Alex, what do we got? How are we gonna make money today?
And at least you are making money. Granted, you have just been making these pops, move down, pops, move down. So it seems like, quick scalps are the way here until we potentially get a massive reclaim. Now, yesterday, we actually retested the big zone for bulls. This is my major zone, which is essentially getting back above simply starting with dailies, will be my first big sign that we are actually about to move up and maybe make a busting action move towards that $80,000 region. But still, yesterday gave us a lot of data. And honestly, we finally have retested that daily EMA 100, which is a big zone because we really can't forget about the last time we've hit the zone. It was right off of that November low when we went right under that, essentially 80,000, 81K region, we'll say. We had an epic mean reversion bounce of 20.7%. At this point, most were calling for a bottom, mocking bulls and talking about how this is bullish consolidation. It wasn't really until you got one candle closure above it, where then that granted a retest, of course. Just simple patience. This is why often you want confirmation before, potentially like longing a daily EMA 100. You closed one candle below it, couldn't even reject it. This was the spark of the next leg down. So for me, I have to be really watching this rally still. To be, towards the end of it, in my opinion, as long as you're staying under $76,000. $76,000 is still the big spot for us. We have a lot of higher time frame things I'll explain later, showing that this region here is very important. But just viewing the daily and where we rejected, we, ever so slightly took the high out. We talked about this exact scenario and really how since this bear market, you'll be making these local tops, you'll get a nice move down. You'll ever so slightly take that wick high out, essentially taking out all of the stops before moving down. Here as well, you have a local top. What it seems, you keep moving down, even losing the daily SMA 200 before making a very impressive rally up, ever so slightly taking out that wick high before moving down. Here as well, it seems like a major local top. You move down, even losing the daily EMA 100. You get chop around it. This is why trend's important. You then start moving up. Again, looks like a local top. Move down. It's really holding this idea that this was the top at 124,000 before you ever so slightly take that out. 1-2 days. And then you start moving down. Start of the bear market. So, right, we've been seeing that these highs here do get taken out. That's no surprise at all that we ever so slightly took this high out. And really now it's, are we about to reject bigly or actually bust out of here? And at minimum, if you're bullish here, you'd still want to see the zone we talked about, which is just 72,800 get retested. This is essentially a range, and you saw the range play out nicely before, which was once you essentially deviated 74,600, you made a nice move back down to 72,800, where then that didn't hold. You started to reject, and that's what actually started to take you down to that 65K. Remember, it didn't really take bulls too much from going to that 76K region down to 65K, we'll say. About a 14% pullback in less than a month. We're now in the danger zone again, but something different than this move that occurred in the middle of March. You actually hit the daily EMI 100. So far, this wick low has just brought us right up to the daily EMI 100, which if you just observe this one moving average at any bull or bear market, these often are really the retest that should either hold and bust you up or reject and move you down. So here was the bull market moving up nicely. We'll keep looking, right? Even in the bull, once you lost it, you still had a pretty easy trade, right? Mean reversion bounce, retesting it. That gave you about a 21% move. No confirmation. And then on that retest, you then proceeded to dump another 18%. Now we can go more to this bull market, right, in the beginning, and you can even see, despite this local top here, moving down from wick basis 21%, daily EMI 100 continued to hold. And this was the Glock 3000 opportunity zone for bulls in the early stages of the bull market here. And you can see the start of the rally was really once you got the reclaim here, when Bitcoin was sitting at $27,000. Now, vice versa, you can see you had a nice bear market back in essentially 2022. And you can see any move up. Let's look at this one. It's very similar to actually kind of the environment we're at. You already had your first retest. You move down. Here was the second one. We can just measure it from wick basis again. And upon rejection, I gave you 17%. We'll measure the mean reversion bounce up. It was about 31%. And I guarantee many were calling for a bottom here. And you can see Bitcoin ended up going lower. Here's a better example, a deviation play. Okay, you got back above it. Let's not short Bitcoin anymore. You would then avoid all of this chop. You can stick to your mean lines and higher time frame, trading this zone. Even got a lower high here, potentially. Price divergence, move down. Okay, cool. You lost daily EMI 100 again. So here's when you can actually start shorting Bitcoin, feeling more confident. Look at the short entries here and even here. Generational short entries on Bitcoin. This is why I like using the daily EMI 100, because in these exact environments where you're a little unsure now, Bitcoin's made a move up, you're a little unsure at this time. Are we bullish, bearish? You know, my favorite influencer saying we should go up at this point. Scotty and the boys are making fun of me for selling my Bitcoin near the 100K, but you know, people are saying we're in a super cycle. Well, the daily EMI 100 takes all the noise out. This is telling you, no, markets are still very bearish. And perhaps what we've seen is just a major bull trap leading to a massive retest of the daily EMI 100. Something you actually weren't able to retest but once you lost it here. So couldn't you argue this is just simply playing on to this sneaky SFP we've had of the daily EMI 100, a zone we have been talking about really this entire bear market? So when we rally up to that, and you have rejected, yesterday you put in a massive top candle. Here's a daily evening star. So off the bat, you know, aggressive shorts are simply using, again, the high of yesterday. So you have a daily evening star, so top, but that's forming right at the daily EMI 100 and specifically $76,000 mean line. You have to be watching this zone very carefully to at minimum take you back to 72,800, which again, even if you're, you know, very bullish here, still to me it makes sense to be watching that zone. Daily daily EMA 9 at 100, daily EMA 9 got reclaimed here. Well, if you reject the 100, you'll often go to the 9, and that's where, right, if you lose the 9, that's your first big sign that you are perhaps forming a major top here. But at minimum, that still means Bitcoin can move down a little bit lower and actually go down 2%, hit the zone, get the bullish retest, and then go up, right? Picture perfect play for bulls would be just this. Higher high, higher low, retest, something you were unable to do, SRing, major resistance, capitulation zone. Now flipping this into support, expansion off the daily EMI 9 will give you another move back to the EMI 100. you start breaking out. I'm not longing this move up. I'm waiting for 76K, because everything I just talked about how bearish it can be if you're under the daily EMI 100, well, you just use the same idea as bullish, right? And if you get a reclaim, you most likely get a retest. And then if you hold the reclaim, well, that's what starts moving you up in a bull market. That can be the big zone that you start moving up. You actually start going towards your daily SMA 200. Right? It kind of makes sense. Your EMI 100 reclaim takes you up to the SMA 200. That's sitting at currently 87,300, near the 86K zone. Something you've been watching very carefully in the back of your mind, because we've just talked about the daily EMI 100. But we're not going to forget now the higher time frame setup here, which was the weekly. The weekly EMI 100 was a big spot. And why this was another trap for bulls. During this consolidation, many became bullish. And remember, you made the pop up here. Let's see where we actually rejected. Right in this zone, daily EMI 100. So you can see how these things can really correlate with each other. But it is hard to be talking about a move higher into the 80s when you haven't even simply retested a weekly 21. And the weekly 21 was the last big rejection zone here as well. Again, lined up with the daily EMI 100. Now the difference is you've already hit the daily EMI 100. You've hit massive resistance already. You've ever so slightly taken this high out. This would be the perfect play to trap bulls. If you really start moving up from here, well, then you'll be going back to your daily chart. You'll be looking at 76K. And once you get back above the EMI 100, that's going to be my trigger to go long on Bitcoin, and where I can feel confident giving long setups. Because then at least I know the outcome of this consolidation is actually forming out to be bullish. Something we haven't really been seeing, well, really, since we've been putting in these consolidations. Here again, zone we've talked about, everyone was bullish. Consolidation up. Daily was in an uptrend, bull trap. Consolidation up, daily was forming an uptrend, bull trap. Consolidation up, daily uptrend, even a higher high here. And then boom, bull trap. Can't really say it here. So if we start really seeing, instead of the flavor of daily uptrend, bull trap down, breaking out, okay, that's a different characteristic for me. And again, I don't need to be predictive. I just wait for the trigger. We know Bitcoin will move up very, very, very easily if it gets back below $76,000. There's no reason to be too aggressive here on the long side. All you have to do is wait for, well, bulls and bears to chop each other out. Specifically bulls, really. I mean, bulls have really just been chopped out. Anytime you think you're about to get an easy long, you dump right back down to 65K. And we've been able to catch every single short down to 65K. So if the dynamic changes on the daily, that's going to be my first big sign that, okay, maybe we are going to move up. That doesn't necessarily mean we're out of the bear market. Of course not. But that does mean that, okay, we are potentially going to get a major mean reversion bounce and maybe actually finally hit that $86,000 region. But we all know that was the last major consolidation zone before you made an epic move down. And even on this weekly candle, when we lost it here, we said, okay, if we rally up to this zone, this is going to be your Glock 3000 short zone. And again, support, 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 support. Lost it, capitulated. You're yet to retest support, flipped into resistance. Always likes to occur during bear markets. And I only say that not because I think we're going to hit 80Ks. I don't think that. But just in case, if we get very bullish in this region here, we want to just keep that in check. Still could mean Bitcoin could go up 11% from here. And so, right, if we know we can still make 11% move, and we're already at 74,200, it doesn't really make too much sense to long, in my opinion. Here, just wait for 76K. You still at minimum get 8% on that long. comfortably too. That could be a spring zone. That could be like in 1 week you reclaim and then boom, you're back at that zone. We're so back. That's when you start rejecting. Here you had weekly move up, reclaim, and then this was the next leg up on Bitcoin. How funny would it be if this is the next leg down on Bitcoin? I've said the same thing here as well. That energy isn't changing. We're just now at the big zone. 76K was a big zone. We are still, though, under the April low. Just so everyone's aware, just like a little shot of coffee, keep us sober here. We are still under April's low. Very near it, of course, but still under it. So need to just understand that there will be an easy trigger to a long, but to me, this just looks very predatory still. And that's just all on the daily for me still. You have you have right here daily volatility, potentially in contraction, confirmed once you lose the moving average. Something you'll really want to see here when you've been seeing it grind up on this move up. How funny would it be if the opposite occurs? And so the daily here, what we can confidently say is bears today are using this high as their stop. They're running with entries at the daily EMA 100. And as long as you don't really close dailies above $76,000, you are more likely to move back down to 72,800, where then that either puts in the bullish retest idea. This is your bullish long idea setup, or this puts in a deviation. There was your breakdown. This breakdown was nothing compared to this one because now you have daily EMA 100 retested. Meaning this entire time you haven't had it retested. Conservative bears are just waiting for it to get retested. It's now been retested. Now they can step in. They can feel more confident shorting. That's how my brain works. The inefficiency is filled. Something you wanted done here, it just never occurred. Never even got the reconnect. Well, now you've got it. So the same energy you've had here, you got to keep it here. It doesn't matter about all of this or time or any of that. And so that's kind of the perspective I'm keeping. It's on the daily. That's a very easy perspective to have because that really can keep you more on your toes than, let's say, a weekly or a 5-day, which I'll go into now. Now, the 12 hour, though, again, no surprises here. We were saying if you hold this 12-hour EMA 100, which you did, you'll move up to the 12-hour SMA 200. Where, again, that was the last big rejection zone in this bear market. So you've hit that. More confluence on why this more likely rejects. You can see here, you're even getting nice resistance near that 74,600, 74,400 region. To me, this is slightly looking like distribution on a 12-hour, which again could easily just lead you to a 72,800 Bitcoin. This is exactly why I posted an ETA short in this region. It is filling now. So I posted shorts here. Our first TP zone will be right into this zone. It just plays the range. Nothing of concern. And you still get a 2% move. Why changing money if you use like 500x leverage? No, I'm just kidding. But a 2% move. Good scalping money on that. You start losing 72,800. Again, daily EMA 9's lost. That's going to be your first big sign that maybe this is locally topping. So we're just in the midst of that now. You're going to get a little bit of chop and some predatoriness, especially, you see this as a doji. But in my opinion, market is still more likely to move at minimum down to 72,800. So, like I said, we'll look at the higher time frames now, but I just wanted everyone to just be aware of that because on stream we talked about here, we just simply need to see the 12-hour EMA 100 hold. We can't really get too bearish until that gets lost. That'll be your first big sign. Once that's lost, 69.2 will become next. We will use that same criteria. But now that we're up in this region, we have to just play the levels now. So often new ranges mean you get a retest. And that'll either mean you're bullish and you hold it, or you deviate it and you lose it. Every time you've rejected or lost 72,800 in this chop zone, it's led to lower. Even the most recent occurrence here, where you did end up losing the zone and Bitcoin did end up dumping 3.5%. So Let's go to the higher time frames now. We've talked about the daily, the 12-hour. And something to just observe here is the 4 hours looking like it's shifting into a downtrend. You have your, okay, higher high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. And just that, when I see something very easy like this, you just know, okay, your aggressive short can just have a stop here. So it still plays into, this still is the short zone for even aggressive shorting. Can put on the trend wave catalyst. See if we see it here. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we are. Is this just the start of a 4-hour downtrend? Oh wow, if we go, well, I guess I can't share this, but if you go to your favorite counter person, we have Crypto Capo saying this morning, price rejected off 75K. However, it looks like a normal rejection after taking liquidity above and trapping more shorts. Bullish continuation and acceleration soon. So he's actually saying this was bullish. Taking out that high ever so slightly was bullish. But we know that that's just been kind of the recipe on, well, why we've been going lower in this bull market. So funny reasoning on there, because that's actually my bearish reasoning on why we can move down now. So we also have, well, the capo indicator, and he's freshly given us something as we're putting in potentially a topping candle here. So for me on the daily, again, 76,000 is your big spot. You get back above 76K. That's where I'm, longing with the boys. That's where I'm looking for a move up to around 82 to 86K. Until then, I have to be looking at this as no more than just another trap. I should continue to go down very soon. Now, let's go to the higher time frames like I keep mentioning. We'll go to the 5-day because, again, the 5-day, well, all we've done now is put in the 5-day bearish retest of the SMA 200. Essentially, you're here. And I remember we shorted this move, and even people got bullish on CT right here. And this did result to another 6.81% rejection on a 5-day, which was simply a 5-day SMA 200 loss. Rallies up, rejected. And even here gave you a bullish outcome. They got a reclaim and made a new high. So here we're back at it. 5-day SFP of the SMA 200. Okay, cool. You've made your low. You've rallied up to the 5-day SMA 200. But as I showed, even the bullish outcome scenario gave you a 6% pullback. So here it seems pretty primed up to even at minimum just move back to 72,800. The nice part is this 5-day is closing today. So again, if you start closing back above 76K on a 5-day, well, boom, you got back above your 5-day 21. Last spot you bigly rejected here. You're back above your 5-day SMA 200. You're back above April's low. You're holding above 76K. Good result to maybe go up to that 84, 85K. But until then, this is just literally rallied right up to resistance, taking out this high. Closing today is leaving a good zone for maybe in the next 5 days to start moving down. Right, we can just see that. Under a 5-day SMA 200, you're not allowed to be bullish. I'll just put it bluntly. Doesn't mean it can't become bullish on today's close and we reclaim it and move up. Absolutely, that'd be great. There's more money. There's a lot of money on both sides of the trade here, but there still is more likely a trade to reject you here on today's close. Because bears know they don't want to get back over the 5-day SMA 200 unless they want to do a deviation play. But I don't think so. Could, for sure. That could be the likely outcome. But to me, it just seems this will reject. And if you get back above, that'll be really a big case in why this is forming a bottom. So as a bear, you just don't want to get back above the 5-day SMA 200. And it is nice that even as many are getting bullish, you just simply put in your 5-day SMA 200 bearish retest, which when we were at these lows and we said that Bitcoin ends up putting in a major rally up to this zone, this won't change much because you're just testing the 5-day SMA 200. So it is interesting to see that tested now. You do see volatility isn't giving you a setup, but it is starting to move up. So something to just note there. Now, weekly EMA 9 has not gotten reclaimed. You opened slightly above on CME, but no reclaim yet. And so wouldn't that mean even here at minimum, you would just be looking for a weekly EMA 9 retest? Maybe even the range between the weekly 9 and 21 is just pretty big here until this 21 starts grinding down to 76K. I mean, still, it doesn't necessarily mean it's more likely to just bust out of here this week. It's like, okay, bulls get the reclaim in 4 days, you get the retest, and then maybe into like May, you start moving up. Which then could mean, okay, maybe into May you do this, and then you sell in May and go away. Maybe, I don't know. All I know is if we do rally up to the zone, this will be my next major short zone. And then if you get back above 86K, well, boom. I mean, you have a lot of potential to make a new high on Bitcoin again. Look at this zone. Once you got reclaimed, look what occurred. And the fact that you have all the moving averages on the weekly clustering there, you'd be in a weekly buy trigger. You'd have weekly volatility potentially reset. That's when we can start talking about maybe the bull market is coming back on. That's when the monthly 9 is reclaimed again. That's kind of your, okay, maybe the bear market isn't on anymore. But still, we're very far from all these maybe scenarios, honestly. And you're just more likely to put in a massive short opportunity here, in my opinion. Just like we've been doing every time we've ever so slightly made a rally up, we've ever so slightly tested the bi-weekly 9. It doesn't seem like it's a good short opportunity, and then it does become a very good short opportunity. And we're always sitting there like, man, why didn't we short more at the bi-weekly 9? Honestly, every single time we've said that. Here and here. And now here. So we're very close. Like you can really see the argument if you're bullish. We're very close to maybe a bullish breakout, maybe. But you still will need to see bulls keep this energy. You really got to keep the move. You got to just get 76K reclaim. It's a better way to just say it, honestly. That's when you can start becoming bullish. It is a good sign. The bi-weekly got back above the EMA 100, but you're even just leaving a little inefficiency. You got to retest it. That's at 69.1. I mean, imagine Bitcoin from this point goes back down to 69.1, retests the cycle high, puts in that bullish retest on the bi-weekly, and then starts moving up. Like this is how your brain has to work if you're a bull, because this still leaves like a pretty nasty zone here to get tested. And the higher you go, the more likely it is to get tested, which will just mean somewhere here you're going to trap longs somewhere, which will just result into, if it's bullish, another bullish retest where it holds, and then you make a higher low, and then you start breaking out, and then you start moving up to that 86K. But I still see more fuckery here in this range before breaking out. And the only way you can really start saying that's not true is, again, getting back above that 9. That's like, okay, cool. It's now unsolidifying that setup that's been just honestly smashing bulls every time. So this perspective for me, and that's exactly why I'm not really giving longs out. I really want to be watching here the rejection. At minimum, if we catch a short back down to 69.2 and then it starts forming bullish, we can start longing that potentially as a front running trigger. But it's just too early in my opinion. It is starting to look bullish, so I will say it is starting to look a little better, but we are now in the danger zone on Bitcoin. And the closer you get to this bi-weekly EMA 9, the more likely you are to just top here. And so, have we already hit it? Is it going to reconnect? Are we ever so slightly going to take this high out, move up a little bit more, and then top? I don't know. Stay tuned. A move is coming soon, though. We are still in bi-weekly breakdown, too. For what it's worth. Now, again, we're now at the last major rejection zone that we had last month, which was just simply that monthly 34. We're actually perfectly, well, a little below it. But this zone, ideally in a bear market, should just be your major opportunity zone to short. This still will take you to the monthly EMI 100. And yeah, that's just it. This, as long as you're under the monthly 34, you'll get a setup taking you still to $47,000 on Bitcoin. This is a good confluence on why we don't want to be longing Bitcoin too aggressively as long as you're under 76K. You start closing monthlies above 76K, you just closed like above your prior wick high. That's a continuation move. You'll go to your monthly 9. That's a move to 82,600. Good confluence of what we've been saying. It's like an 8% move from that reclaim. If you start getting dailies back above 76K, that bleeds into your weeklies, your 5 days, your monthlies, and then you get this setup. But still, under major resistance on the monthly. And really, volatility on the index is on the cusp, all while on the CME, it's already confirmed expansion to the downside. Let's go to CME really fast. You can see that it has confirmed expansion to the to the downside. You have just hit the major rejection zone on CME, and this is the last spot where you got a lot of chop. We've already talked about this zone. You've gotten a lot of chop here, and this chop did lead you down to 49K on index, 50K on CME. Is this an opportunity zone to short or an opportunity zone to long? We'll know soon. And right, if you start getting back above April's low, well, now you have potential to make a new high on Bitcoin, right? You're back above the monthly 9, bi-weekly EMA 100 retested and held. Daily EMA 100 cancels your aggressive short rule. That's when we can start maybe looking for a Glock 3000 busting action move to the 80s and beyond. Until then, still seems more likely to reject here. Might just take some time. Okay. Let's see. Anything else on the Bitcoins I want to talk about? We'll get the rainbow chart off. Let's see here. Bi-monthly still setting up for a breakdown move. Why I say that is you just have massive volatility set up while Bitcoin's breaking down here. You even see here that bi-monthly 9's at 82.6. Last bear market, you rejected the bi-monthly 9 2 times. Here, no, 1 time, I guess. You lost it, you rejected it. You lost it, you rejected it here. So I guess, okay. And then the following month, you stayed under the 21. So you lost, you rejected it. You just need to stay under the 21. That's at 69.5. Can see that's kind of the objective for bears. Get us back under the 21 here. And then you can make a new low in this cycle. Understand on this bi-monthly on Bitcoin, you are in a downtrend. You are just for the first time putting in a green bi-monthly, which really could just lead to a retest and a lower high. Very nasty stuff for bulls here. Like even if you move up, this could just lead to a massive lower high, or watch Bitcoin even rally back up to that 112, 111. Like imagine it does get back above 76K. You do move up to that 86K region. You get back above 86K. You then start getting a Glock 3000 move all the way back up to the zone, 109, 110K, all for you just to put in a massive head and shoulders on a bi-monthly. It would be terrible. It'd be terrible, honestly. That would just be funny though. No, I don't obviously see anything telling me that, but just think it's funny. So it's really hard to be a bull, honestly, or like buying this dip. It's just hard to justify that. So in summary, Bitcoin's looking very bearish to me. Daily yesterday put in a top candle. You're really going to be playing that top candle until you take out yesterday's wick high. Now you are in the rejection zone here, and at minimum, staying under 74,600 will lead you down to 72,800. Here's your range trade or your breakdown. And as long as you're not closing dailies under $76,000, Bitcoin is more likely to reject and move all the way back down to 62 too. So just be fully aware of that. Daily EMA 100 always rejects in a bear market. And you've just hit it. And for some reason, everyone gets bullish once you hit these zones. Daily EMA 100, weekly EMA 9 is not even reclaimed quite yet. And then bi-weekly EMA 9 retested and yet to even, well, retest the EMA 100. Really, I should have said bi-weekly resistance hit, retest of the bi-weekly EMA 100 seems inevitable at this point, leading to perhaps like a 6% move. No, my apologies, a 9% move. So now that's what I have on Bitcoin. Let's go to Tether dominance and kind of see what we're dealing with here. Okay, so we have hit the bi-weekly EMA 9 off first glance. It's a good sign. You have been bottoming off the bi-weekly EMA 9. You're going to notice you haven't really hit it in a long time. Really, actually, specifically, you haven't hit it since your January bottom here. January, you haven't hit that. January, okay? So here, interesting. So you haven't hit it since last time Bitcoin was in this consolidation here. Hit it and then it dumps. You're basically doing the same thing, consolidating, and you've just hit that bi-weekly EMA 9 on Tether dominant. The last spot that really is what got hit before we made that next leg down on Bitcoin. So that's interesting to see. You have bi-weekly volatility contracting. And by the way, our Academy short on ETA did just fill fully. So I will just say that. If you're not in it, you still can short and get in it. But once you lose 74K, just becomes a little more difficult to start shorting Bitcoin. So bi-weekly EMA 100 or EMA 9 hit, which was the last spot that you got hit. I'll even clean this up. We can see here, which uncoincidentally lines up with the last major consolidation zone here. Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so on the 5th you dumped. All right, now just stay with me, right? On the 5th you dumped. 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe this bi-weekly you'll start dumping. Now again, I'm a simple man. I just read what the charts give me. But it does seem like you did have the same length of consolidation here. And by the time the bi-weekly EMA 9 was hit, you were already on your 5th candle, which then led to a capitulation. Let me go here to Tether dominance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I guess that was 4 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4th, so the 5th one, yeah, you moved up. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, so you are brewing, in my opinion, just the same characteristic that you had before this next leg up. It does not matter how many candles. Obviously, it does not matter. What matters is just the zones, and the fact that you've had similar candle closures on top of the same zones being hit is interesting to me. In the same manner of consolidation as well, which everyone's bullish, which is interesting considering we are just under that monthly 34 again. The last big spot last month, many got bullish on CR once we actually retested it. So interesting to see that. You're still above the median. You're within the blue zone. Still above the median, within the blue zone. Interesting. Let's go to the 5-day now. Seems like Bitcoin's giving you another maybe shot of a short here. That's kind of nice. Very gracious of Bitcoin to do that. Okay, so the 5-day is actually not looking too bad. Interesting, interesting. Do I have the same 5-day structure we have here? Oh, so many lines, so confusing. No. But what we do see is you're still right. Well, you're hitting that 21 on the 5-day. Again, last major spot in January, that bottom deal. You have a volatility set up on the 5-day. So you're hitting the same zone. See, this is interesting. On the 5-day, you're hitting the same spot, 5-day 21. You have a 5-day BBWP set up. Now, on this current time, you're hitting the 5-day 21. And at this time, you have a 5-day volatility set up on the verge of firing off. This still looks very in favor of firing off bullish. Very bullish, actually. You're not in a 5-day breakdown. You hold this 38.2%. You can make it move all the way back up closer to 8%. Current market price, that is about a 6% move. So that's like the equivalent of it going back to 69.2 on Bitcoin. Testing your bi-weekly EMA 100 on Bitcoin. So that is, well, this is still more in favor of bulls, actually, even at this current point. You've already gotten the bounce, the 38.2%. You've hit the 21. This is saying now more likely to put in a 6% move up. We'll keep going. The weekly, okay, weekly is maybe in a breakdown. Unconfirmed. Last week you were maybe in a breakdown, not confirmed. 4 days left to go. Bulls, well, bears essentially on Bitcoin, or no, bears on Tether dominance. Got to keep the energy. 4 days left to go. Eternity in Bitcoin land. Same here. You were almost in a weekly breakdown. Oops, let me take that back. Almost in a weekly breakdown in January, but you never confirmed it. Here, almost in a weekly breakdown, not confirmed yet. Let's look at volatility here. Volatility was contracting. Weekly volatility is contracting. So you're literally getting the same exact characteristics on all these time frames on Tether dominance. It's very interesting. Which, remember, this was the last major thing that put in a busting action 52% move on Tether dominance to the upside. This was the leg down on Bitcoin, which is very important when we're doing the same exact things that we did before we majorly leg down on Bitcoin. Okay, so like monthly, not getting too much here. But what I do see off first glance is your last month's wick lows not taken out. Could make an argument this is just putting in higher lows on a monthly, on a wick basis, visually. Could mean that you're maybe forming some kind of channel here on Tether dominance. We don't know. It's way too early. Or maybe just forming the bottom of it. But still, that could mean, if so, you're going to move back up and then maybe down. But still, at minimum, that could mean you're going to, at week basis, move all the way back up 10% and then move down. That would kind of line up nicely with, what was it, the 5-day median being hit? Interesting. But again, tinfoil analysis, we don't need to do that. All I can say is, for sure, you're not taking out your previous wick lows, which is good. Your major wick lows that you want to see hold. Essentially, in summary, you just need to see March lows hold. That was a good bottom candle, in my opinion. Yeah, wow. After looking at Bitcoin, it just seems very bearish to me, honestly. Bitcoin seems very, very bearish. Like where you just like swing short 10 Bitcoin here and you just kind of wait. You get your 2-3% dump, stop loss break even, and then you just short the entire move down type of environment. Now this is interesting. Visually, if I just extend this meme line, you can notice that every time on the bi-monthly you reclaim the zone at 7.49%, you retest it and it doesn't hold. Here you reclaim it, it doesn't hold. You retest it, nope. Reclaim it, retest it, doesn't hold. Here you reclaim it, it just seems like you're retesting it. Now, if we are super uber bearish on Bitcoin, this is going to hold. This will be a major price structure shift, and you will most likely make your next leg up from this point. A dynamic right here, Bitcoin bulls are betting on. This spot rejects. We're not going to make a new high. This is still looking very constructive to make a new high. And even more so, your bi-monthly median is sitting at 8.59%. That's very interesting because that is literally very near an all-time high here. But if you reclaim that median, where's the next zone? Ooh, here at 16%. Median up to 98% gain. So in 15 days, we'll know. Are we about to put in these setups, be in a range, talk about maybe going back down to 6.5%? Maybe. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like if you lose this zone every time, you move back down to the lows here. But if in 15 days you actually hold the retest, that'll be a major, major shift in structure. And that could actually tell us that into March, into May, you may actually capitulate on crypto. If you're not already doing, that's assuming we just close where we're currently at, meaning a little higher, holding this meme line we have here. But really, I mean, price could just start getting bought up here, close somewhere around that 7.8% into next month. You get a retest in the spring, and you don't take out that last bi-monthly wick low. You see the point though here? Like it's very close maybe to a bullish move on Bitcoin. But if you don't time it right, you're going to be ran over. And this will literally just start massively breaking out and very sneakily confirming something we've yet to really confirm ever on Tether Dominance history. Just bi-monthly closes above that 7.49%. Consecutive closes. Meaning you bust up, you retest, you close above it, and then we've never seen a third candle above it. It's just always been deviations and legs back down to 6.49%. So I think that's very interesting, actually. It's very, very interesting to me to see that. Quarterly, we do see it held here. And then next quarterly, that's what gave you that new all-time high. Interesting to see that. Quarterly obviously has 2 months left. So that bi-monthly closing in 15 days will help us really gauge all of this. Okay. So I'm done with that. That's not too bad though, honestly. We had a lot to talk about on Tether dominance. There's a lot of good stuff on this chart. We didn't even talk about the daily yet. Daily looks like it's putting in a bottom candle. Daily EMA 100 hit. You finally have hit your diagonal here that we drew here just now. But most importantly, your EMA 100 was hit. You can see here your last bottoming zone was here off of the daily EMA 100. Imagine being here and saying Bitcoin's very bearish, and then imagine Tether dominance putting in a 56% move from this point. We literally could just be in this exact same zone. 56% move would take us all the way to that 11.39%. So, right, that's why we have to keep this energy. This is, you've only had, since this bear market started, you've only flirted with the daily EMA 100 one time. That led to a 52% bazooka move up. Okay, now you've officially hit it the second time, like in this region. This is the second retest, the second time. So you have, it's like we haven't been flirting with it 100 times. Like you have to still be really watching this zone to kind of bottom you out and move up. How will you know you're forming a bottom? Well, you got a spring. That's the first big sign. Now you have a wick low as identification of an invalidation. You want to be watching for daily EMA 100 to get hit. And this could, well, maybe lead to a formation. We'll look on the lower time frames, maybe an inverse head and shoulders. We'll see here. But you'll know this is going to start moving up once you get back above 7.82%. You're now in a daily buy trigger. You'll be back within the breakdown zone. You'll be within this range. You'll have a clear objective to 8.2%. This is the equivalent of Bitcoin going back to 69.2, losing it, and going up to 65K. This is exactly why I won't be convinced Bitcoin is going to hold 65K. Look how many times you've hit that 8.2%. Rather, I'd want to see a move to 62.2 on Bitcoin, an actual move up on Tether dominance, all the way up to that 8.5%. Meaning this entire move is brewing. Potentially. It's just dependent on getting back above the daily 34 and closing above 7.829%. So here you have a little bit of work to do as a bull. But that means that really now should be the start of this leg up. You should start moving up. As long as you hold above the daily EMA 100. So that's good to know. That is good to know, because right now, Bitcoin right now looks like it's hanging onto a cliffside edge, and it looks like it's going to lose 74K here soon, actually. Oh, look at that. You have an hourly setup. You're brewing an hourly sell. Next setup would take you down to the hourly EMA 100 at the 73.1. Current market price at that minimum, another 1.3% dump. So not too bad. It's really, though, looking weak here, honestly. Draw a lower time frame meme line, this wick high. Let's actually make it solid. You start losing, let's say, 73,800 on even like a 15, like 73,800 on even like a 15-minute. You are most likely going to start breaking down on Bitcoin. So something to just know there if you're trading. Tether dominance is looking very bullish, and it's very hard to become a Bitcoin bull in this region. So we'll be watching this zone carefully, and preferably we start actually getting back above the daily 9, start making our move to 7.829%. Let's see the D of Bitcoin. Let's have it, whip it out, and let's really check and see if we're still back or not. Okay, so we're getting on the daily perhaps the first signs of my bullish criteria, which is good. But notice here, you need multiple closures. Boom, boom, boom. One closure doesn't change my entire Bitcoin dominance perspective here, which is bearish. Now, this is a promising sign, but with what we know on Bitcoin going to the daily EMA 100, you really are now just hoping that we hold the this 59.69%, Bitcoin ends up holding 72,800. That's all that'll mean. If you do start holding above 59.69%, you will get your weekly buy trigger. Your weekly buy trigger will then start taking you up to 62.4%. This is when you make a next major leg up on Bitcoin to 85s, 86. Until then, we're still not confirming a setup we've been talking about since October. And now that we've again hit 59.69%, you need to be watching very carefully for this zone to reject. Each and every time we hit 59.69%, since we've lost it, it has resulted in a move down, which again has resulted in a move down on Bitcoin. You have weekly volatility still giving you the lowest volatility setup you've ever had in the history of this chart, and it's slowly moving up. I don't think this is just going to be slowly moving up with price moving up and then breaking out. How easy would that be? This is more like going to be a trap. Slowly moving up, hitting resistance, and then in one candle, you're just going to break down. Understand, this is still bearish, and under 59.69% on a weekly is bearish. Now the daily has reclaimed it. That's great. But if today you lose 59.69%, it's diminished. Bulls have no thesis here. Confluence on maybe then tonight is a good time to short Bitcoin. Like if you start doing this and deviating, rip, that led down. That gave you the next leg down. Deviating gave you the next leg down. So here you're very near the retest. If it holds, that's great. Let's watch tomorrow, the next day. And if that continues to hold into the weekly, that's our bullish trigger. Most likely Bitcoin will start moving up. Until then, this just looks very weak to me. Looks like it's about to put in another bearish deviation. And Bitcoin really looks like it's on the verge of losing 74K in my opinion. Which could just mean we lose aggressively 74K and Bitcoin dominance aggressively starts dumping. Like the setups are honestly here. Low leverage swing shorts are really just like, seems like free money. Like if you just like swing short this on a 10x on Bitcoin, sign off and come back in like 2 weeks, you'll most likely be massively green. Most likely, I mean, who knows? It's just my opinion. This is all a simulation at the end of the day. So who actually knows anything? Now, biweekly looks very primed. Again, with weekly giving you the lowest volatility setup along with maybe even biweekly here. Yeah. First time ever giving you 0% volatility. Something is coming. Something big is coming. You're not going to chop here forever. Like, look at this monthly candle. It's terrible. You're not going to just chop here forever. So Bitcoin dominance looks like it's on the verge of a breakdown here currently. Confirmed tonight when she loses 59.69%. This will either be a bullish retest leading you back up, or it'll be a massive deviation. Every deviation has led to a leg down on Bitcoin. This will give us great confluence of our Bitcoin short, which did currently fill and is still filling. Actually, Bitcoin's being very gracious to us right now, letting all of us go short currently because it does look like it's in an opportunity zone. And so, right, we'll be watching that carefully. Lose 73,800 on Bitcoin on even a 15-minute most likely leads to a dump down to 72.8, where then that's your big decision point. Lose 72.8 might result into a move back down to 69.2, where that's your block lock 3,000 zone. Either lose it, confirm the massive top, holds it, you get consolidation, bullish consolidation perhaps. Until then, you are under the daily EMI 100. Your aggressive short rule is still activated, and you've now officially just tested the daily EMI 100 since you did lose it back in January. So you want to be watching the zone very carefully. There are still more points for bears, and I'm really getting a lot of bearish signs today going into tonight that are telling me that we should see some kind of move down on Bitcoin soon, which should lead to a move back up on Tether dominance. And we should see Bitcoin dominance here actually break down and lose 59.69% perhaps today. Going into tomorrow, that could lead to a very bearish Thursday. So that's all I have here. And yeah, looking, not the best, honestly.
Alright. Let's switch my screen and switch over to the HPDR. The homosexual penis dynamic ratio. That's a good name. All right. Switch into the daily. And we'll get started. Phyllis. All right. So we got momentum now starting to, or very close to flipping back up, getting back to that moving average after getting a little deviation of the bullish control zone, and volatility is now also very close to going back into expansion. We currently do have a long posted, and we're very close to hitting or getting the entry for it. Right now, our low is about 73,479, and with this little top shooting star candle we saw on this previous close, and a rejection of the 100 EMA, we're looking for a little bit of a move down to tag somewhere around 38.2% to the 9 EMA. That give you a move of around like 73,000, somewhere around the low $73,000 area. That would fill us, and ideally, as long as you're still closing over this 38.2%, you should see expansion into the 78.6, which right now is at around $77,000. And if you also know you are very, very close to putting in a silver cross here to the upside, and as long as you are closing over about $71,400 within about maximum 2 more closes, this is going to confirm, and that likely brings a little pump ski along with it into somewhere around that maybe $78,000 range. Zoom back out, see what else is here. Nothing quite. No. Lower a little, 12 hours also flipping back up, re-entering into the bullish control zone with volatility still expanding. Let's see if there's any divergence here. You took out all of these previous lows on momentum with price still putting in a higher low, giving you confirmed hidden bullish divergence. This did confirm on this candle here. The easy target was 200 SMA. Next level is going to be somewhere around 77,000. And you're getting a fresh buy signal here on the jewel, and you are maintaining the bullish control zone. You just want to see a close over about $74,750 to put in a local bottom. Then you're likely going to go towards somewhere around 77. Hopefully it'll fill us first. 8 hours about to close. Momentum is still flipped up on the 8 hour. 8 hour is now entering into the bullish control zone on the jewel. Curvature is still pretty vertical. You're resting right around 78.6%. So if you do close over the 78.6%, that's what also gives you your move up to somewhere around 77. On the 8 hour, the 95% is currently at around $76,669. Nice number. 4 hour currently is flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, right, approaching the moving average right at the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility approaching extreme lows. And this goes along with 4 hours. Let's zoom back in. Holding on to this bottom 38.2%, back testing this 38.2%, and now you're going somewhere in between the median and the 38.2%. So if you continue to reject this median, more likely you're going to get that move down, which will fill us. If you close over the median, then you can just enter at that point, and then your stop loss would be this wick low, and then you'd be looking for somewhere around 76 to 77,000 next. That's pretty good invalidation right there, to be honest. If you were to close over this area, your risk is 1.4%, not bad. Zoom in on this. And the jewel is now giving us a bullish cross as well, with the pink freshly crossing above the yellow. This is happening in the bullish control zone, so it's not going to be as powerful as if it were to happen lower. But we will just mark this off and see what this does. Just for funsies. And we'll only take the ones that happen in the bullish control zone. Come on. There's one. See, where's the next one? It's been a minute. Nope, this is the downside setup. Quite rare to get these in the bullish control zone. Nope. Come on. Nope. Wow, I guess there's not any more. There we go, finally. All right, we'll call it with this one. And let's go into the price. This is July of 2025. Price was about $100-ish thousand. And this was right before a massive busting action move. So from here, we saw about 0.3%, 6.2%, 7.6%, 11%. Now we gotta scroll all the way down. Okay, see these other examples. Where are my vertical lines? Fine. Is there no more? There's gotta be more. I guess not. We'll just go to the current one. And see how much of a move up we've gotten so far. The open, 0.7%. So that first initial move was 0.3%, so, 0.2%, 0.27, and the first initial one was 0.3, so pretty close. Then if you were to take it somewhere around 6 or 7%, come on. 6% brings us to about $78,000. Interesting. That's our TP1. And 11% was somewhere around 8 to 9% is about $80,000, 80 to 81, and then 11% is about $82,500, which is our TP3. All right. There we go. Now let's go back into, let's go a little lower first. 2 hours looking like breakdown currently, so a little low time frame breakdown with the loss of the 38.2% and the rejection of that 38.2% on a bearish retest. That should bring you down to somewhere around 78.6 and this 55 EMA, right around that $73,200, $73,000, and this will fill us on this move. We'll be nice and filled. On the 2 hour break, also getting momentum flipping down and about to enter into the bearish control zone, which lines up with that move down. And you're getting a bearish cross here on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish control zone. 2 days, still closing over that 38.2%, and closing over that 38.2% would give you a target of going towards a 78.6, which is going to give you where you're going to have resistance at the 100 EMA. And right now, that is at around $82,000. And momentum on the 2 days is very close entry into the bullish control zone. And Jules also very close entry into the bullish control zone. Whoops. Charger fell out. Plug that back in. There we go. And 5 days currently also still flipped up. It did momentarily go below the moving average, but it is now once again back above the moving average. And this is why you got to wait until the end of the candle closure to confirm whether it's upside or downside momentum. And volatility is now almost at 0%. And the 5 day has previously closed over the median, and it is currently once again over the median, which is at $73,400. And if you do, and if we go down to 73, that's 73.1, 73.2 area, that would be going back down to the median. And if you do close over the median, you would have a 61.8% chance of going to the top 38.2%, which right now is at that 82-ish number, 82,700, which is slightly above our TP3. And anywhere in this region is going to be basically your prime opportunity zone to get into a short, anywhere between 82 and like $86,000. And then you would have, if you want to be aggressive, you can use this one as your stop loss at 90,600, 90,700. But if you want to be conservative, you'd want to use somewhere around 97,900. And then from there, you would be targeting somewhere around $60,000 minimum, but likely you are going to sweep this low, and that is going to take you towards somewhere around like $55,000 to $58,000. And that is one hell of a move down. You don't really even need leverage for that. You can short that on a 1x. Right. Weekly has opened above the median, and we are now getting expansion off of that median, and that is going to take us towards somewhere around, excuse me, top 38.2%, which is right now at about 82,700, same number that we just previously saw.
That's a great retest, by the way. That's a great bullish retest right there on your entry point, because that's a weekly number. You get that move all the way up even to the 21. Fuck, that's fucking sweet.
Yep, and the place that we rejected on this 97,900 lower high last time was exactly at this 21 EMA.
Yeah,
right at the 78,000. So that's why I put our TP1 right in that zone.
Mm-hmm. Nice, very nice.
So we don't get fucked. It's a very technical way of saying it. That's called the technical analysis term for it is the Tyrone's big black dick candle.
What happened to Tyrone? Did he die?
I think he might have.
I think so too.
I don't know who Tyrone is, but I'm just going with this.
You don't remember the black guy that used to be in all these skits? Like, Tyrone, don't do that shit. No?
No.
Oh man. Fuck. That was a long time ago. Holy shit. I was still living in Laurel. Damn, that's 11 years ago.
I have a terrible memory.
I'll let you be. I'm sorry.
It may or may not have to do anything with my favorite plant.
I understand. If anyone understands, he's me.
My wife will be telling me something, and then 10 minutes later, I won't remember what she said.
But I think that's mostly because wives just are so boring. That I get mine is the same way. If anyone says anything, I'll fucking kill you.
So on the weekly, we are now forming hidden bearish divergence because we are taking out all of these previous highs on momentum while price is still making a lower high. And you currently have at least 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence here. But this is going to require a local top. And as of now, to confirm a local top, you're going to have to close below 64,960. And if you do confirm that, it gives you a move down to somewhere around $59,000. But as you go up, it's going to be easier and easier to confirm a local top. And at this point, it'll be a lot easier to confirm that local top right around that $82,000 area. As soon as you get that local top confirmed, you can basically blindly short that, and it's likely to play out. And you would have your stop loss once again right around this region. And the more like actionable move would be once you confirm that local top, wherever you are at that point. If you're somewhere around this 21, you would short a retest of the 21, or if you're somewhere around this 38.2, you would short a retest of the 38.2 because you likely will get that. And then the rejection is the one that leads you to the downside move. 2-week is also currently flipped up on momentum now, with volatility going into contraction. 2-week jewels losing the sell signal, flipping over into a neutral. Let's mark that off. Should we do it from here? Let's do it from here. This is happening quite low. Take note of whenever the 2-week has gone this low on momentum on the jewel. This is at the 24 reading. Excuse me. Came all the way down to like 22. Here's one example. This was January of 22 to 23. This was off of, I believe, the bear market. And this one went directly into the buy cycle, completely skipped the neutral phase. So we can't use that one. But we can use this one. And this was off of July of 2022. You guys remember what happened in June, July of 2022? Luna.
I was going to say we went down way further.
The cryptocurrency, by the way, to avoid the confusion.
Oh, it wasn't the cat?
No.
I need to revise all my strategies. Hang on.
It was the crypto. And then we had it in February of 2022. We did have a nice little bounce in February of 2022. That was the Russia-Ukraine war. So these were all some pretty big bounces. Here's this one ever so slightly went into the bearish control zone, so we will take it. And one more, and we'll call it January of 2020. We got a nice little bounce right before the COVID crash. I remember back in the day when you would have your channel demonetized just for saying the word COVID.
Those were the good old times. Now they're smarter. They don't demonetize you. They barely shadow ban you, but they just completely demonetize your channels, claiming something else, like mine. They're saying all my content is stolen on Meta from me.
What?
Yeah. But right now, there's pages making so much fucking money with all my content, and they're like, yeah, this is great. But yeah, they demonetize. I get paid 69 cents every month on Meta. And last month, they sent me a bill for $26 because my followers scammed them. So Meta's like, you gotta pay for the scams, not me. It's pretty fucking awesome. If I could see Mark Zuckerberg, I'd punch him in his fucking face, that midget piece of shit.
It must be because all of your love for the tiny hat community.
It's probably because I haven't declared my total alliance and love and eternal loyalty.
Yeah, that's the part. So this one went down about 5.7% before it ended up playing out. 5% is not too bad. And then it played out pretty massively. It went up about 5%, 7%, 14, 16, 54, 59. Yeah, we're just gonna omit the rest of these results because probably not gonna get one of these. But the lower end results were, let's go back, about 5, first round. Come on. 5 to 6, then about 10, 11, then 20s, yeah, about 20 to 21. So we're only really going to take those. Come on. This was off of a lower high, right before the major dumping action of the bear market. And this was also a pretty big move. About 18, right around that 20% move, 26%, 30%, oops. And then about 43%. This one, another lower high, about 24%, 27%, somewhere around that 20 to 30% number. This one was another lower high. This was off of Luna. About 18.69%, nice number. 20%, 21%, same numbers as before. Alrighty, now we will measure the current one. From low to high, we are about 15%. So we're taking about 20 to 21%, brings us to just about $80,000. Very cool. And then if we were to take it that mid number, 25 to 27%, that brings us to about 82, 83, right around 82 to $83,000. Very cool, because that's also right along that previous top 38.2%. Now we go to the monthly. There we go. Monthly is also now starting to flip back up, although the main important thing to note here is you have about 15 days left to go before this closes, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. So what's more likely, or what I'm leaning more towards here, is this is just going to be a bearish retest of this moving average after coming back to retest it after being away from it since October of 2025. Off of our current all-time highs, you've been below that moving average. Very likely this is going to go along with the retest of somewhere around your monthly 9, sitting somewhere around $82,000, and then project there, and before the monthly close, and then fall back below this moving average, and then that'll give you your dumping action of summer of this year. And I'm guessing the prophecy will hold true of sell in May and go away, because you might get a little pump ski into sometime around April to May, into that $82,000 region, and then you sell in May and go away. And then in June, you get some nice dumping action like in last bear market, June/July. And right now on the monthly, you are still playing out that bearish sell signal on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. This is only the second time in history that you've had this. First time was with Luna, and this is happening higher up than it happened with Luna. So this would be theoretically more powerful than that one. And also, you're completely skipping the neutral phase and going to the sell on the jewel, which is the only second time that's happened. First time was in the 2018 bear market. You got a lot of bearish things adding up here on the high time frames. And quarterly is also flipped down, but approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, likely going to be a bearish retest there, with quarterly jewel giving you a fresh sell signal. Every single time the quarterly has even flipped into a neutral, it's been a bear market, but this is now on a sell phase. And this is approaching somewhere around the quarterly 5, which is around that $80,000 region, somewhere around that zone, likely going to reject. And then you get your move down to the 78.6, which is right now at about $43,000, $44,000. Now we'll go into the RSI. Alrighty. Daily is putting in a local top on Tether dominance. And zoom in a little. Daily is also very close to putting in a silver cross to the downside. And probably one more close, as long as you're closing below 7.66%. This is kind of silver cross. And that likely brings you a nice little dump ski into somewhere around this meme line of 6.7-ish%. And let's see what that would be on here. The critical zone would be at around 6.3, but this is going to update in 8.5 hours, likely going to go up. 12-hour currently has active bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.393%, but you are very close to invalidating. And you have hit the easy target from there, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. You are resting now at the simple moving average, which is at around 7.4-ish%. Start to lose that, this is going to go towards that 6.7% number. And the critical zone is exactly at 6.78%. Cool. Basically exactly my meme line. 8-hour currently has 3 drives of bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.345%. You've hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average in the neutral zone. Next level would be the bullish control zone at around 7.79%. If you were to lose the simple moving average of 7.39, then you're likely going to go towards 6.7. 4-hour local bottom. The easy target would be the simple moving average at around 7.5%. You have hit that. Nothing quite here yet. Likely going to test that 55 at least once again. Mm, 3 days close to putting in a local top here, with the close below 7.433%. That will confirm, and then you're likely to get that move down to somewhere around 6.9 to 6.7. And you're getting a fresh sell signal here on the jewel, plus volatility is now very close to expansion from extreme lows. 5 days look up, 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 7.92% with volatility now at extreme lows. And you've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level is the bearish control zone at around 6.6%. Lines up with this line. 6 days also got 3 drives of bearish divergence with volatility back to extreme lows. Your next target is going to be somewhere around the neutral zone, which is currently at around 6.3%, which will update. And you got a very bearish cross here on the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. Interesting. Let's mark that off. And this is a 6-day time frame. Quite high up. Here's another one. Wonderful. One more. July of 2022. Interesting. Basically the same that we saw in Bitcoin, but the opposite. And I think that's, no, we can take one more. Fuck it, we'll do one more. Why not? Price was, I believe, lower or high? Yeah, lower at this point. Okie dokie. Some nice dumping action moves. This was in January of 2020. Went down about 33%. Let's see how much the initial move was first, though. 17. About 17. Interesting. And then 27. And this one, the initial one, about 17 again. Wow, cool. And then 20-ish, 23, very close to 27, and 40-ish. Let's do the exact number. 50. About 19%, close to 17. And total about 26, very close to 27. $17. And then about 27. Likes to do the same numbers. And currently we are down from the open about 8%. So if we were to do about 17%, brings us just slightly below my meme line at around 6.5 to 6.6%. And then the 20-ish percent number, 25 to 27%, would bring us down to basically this 200 and 100 at around 5.8 to 5.9%. And we're not going to bother with the bigger numbers because very likely not going to get them. And that goes along with volatility back at extreme lows. Weekly's also got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.146%, and volatility is almost back to extreme lows, and your easy target from there is going to be the bearish bullish control zone at around 7.18. 2 week is also making a local bottom. You've hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next level is the bullish control zone. That's at around 6.5%, slightly below this main line. Monthly is approaching the edge of the bullish control zone. This is going to be your support on the monthly time frame, and monthly is looking quite bullish, especially since you took out this last major lower high, and that major lower high is at my meme line, and that is the area why, also the area or the reason I'm looking to retest that area for retesting the last major resistance, flipping into support, and then using that support to go into new all-time highs. And right now, the edge of the bullish control zone lines up almost exactly with that meme line at 6.74%. And this would be the first retest of the bullish control zone after making it into the bullish control zone and testing the critical zone. Quarterly is giving you a fresh buy signal here on the drill also. Plus, volatility is now about to start expanding from the lowest point ever. Nice new all-time highs. Now let's go into Bitcoin. Bitcoin's about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below, I believe it'll be $73,844, which are very close. And from there, the easy target will be somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone, which is currently around $72,800, very close to $73,000. 12 hours local top. The easy target is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone at around 73.3. 8 hour has 3 drives of bearish divergence. Your target from there is going to be the neutral zone, which is currently at around 73K. 4 hour has a local top, and it's going to target the bullish control zone and right around 72.9. Two hour also has a local top, going to target the bearish control zone at about 73.1. Two hours approaching the bullish control zone. The level is at 76.2. Mm, 3 hours going to get support, or should get support at the simple moving average. That's at 73.1. That's exactly our entry. And 3 days about to reclaim this 21, which you have been below since this major lower high at around $98,000. Getting back above it is quite significant. 5 day has a local bottom with volatility doing a touch and go of that 15% area. And this is currently going to target the neutral zone, which is at about 73,000, which we're hitting right now. And then the bullish control zone is around 82,000. All right. 6 days got active 3 drives of bullish divergence, whereas Tether has bearish divergence, and this is going to give you a target at a minimum of the edge of the bearish control zone, which is currently sitting at around 76.3, and then the neutral zone is at 89. Likely not going to hit 89, but somewhere between 76 and 89. And now the 6 days getting above the 9. Did we get a previous close over there or not? Let me zoom in. Yeah, we ever so slightly closed over the 9, and we have been below this 9 since that last major lower high of $98,000. Very significant to get back over there. Likely going to give you at least a retest of this somewhere around this meme line, at around this 86 to like 82, 83 area.
Let me ask you something, motherfucker. How are you getting to the 6-day chart? Are you? Do you? I use the same
I
chart
just been
over and
looking at
over
it.
again. Huh?
I just been looking at it on these live streams for the past couple of months. I just kept doing it.
Motherfucker. I'm stuck on the same charts. You and Alex find the fucking most amazing charts. I mean, I'm guessing because you're looking through all sorts of timelines, but
Yeah, I look at everyone.
yeah, no. Oh man, I should not say that I don't out loud.
And I like to see if I'm gonna get fucked in one way or another, which is usually the case.
Who doesn't enjoy? Yes, absolutely.
And you have volatility back to extreme lows with that bullish divergence here on Bitcoin. And weekly also is back over the weekly 9. This is the first time you've been back below the over that 9 since that $98,000 lower high. And you're putting in a local bottom on the weekly, which is going to target at a minimum the edge of the bearish control zone at around 77.5. 2 weeks getting back over the 5 for the first time since that $98,000 lower high. On that $98,000 lower high, we did get a rejection of somewhere slightly above the 9, very closer to the 21. And right now, that area closer to the 21 is at around 84, but this is going to move down with every close. Simple moving average right now is at around 80,700, which is going to be resistance. And monthly is getting that bounce from the edge of the bearish control zone, likely going to target the neutral zone, which is currently at around 84,000, with volatility just on the edge of confirming, but we're going to get to that in the momentum chart. And quarterly still has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target is $62,000 on that divergence. And 6 month is now still putting in that possible 3 drives of bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close below 74,431. And that is going to give you a target down to this 21 EMA currently, which is at around 43,000. But on this close, which confirms the bearish divergence, this is going to go up, and it's going to line up somewhere around this last closing 6 month high at $46,000. Now let's go back to the HPDR. There's one thing I want to mention. Go to the weekly. Let's make these meme lines disappear for a second. There we go. If you notice, we are above that weekly median, and we have been below that weekly median for a long time. Our last major lower high at $98,000 was a rejection of this weekly median. Our all-time high of $126,000 was a rejection of this weekly median. We have been below that median since about $117,000. Even when we made a new all-time high, we didn't take out that median. And every time the price is away from the median, for this, I'm borrowing this from Crown. Every time the price is away from the median for a long time, and then it goes the other way, you generally get a nice little move where if this price is away from the median for to the upside for a while, then you get a reclaim of the median. You get a nice move to the bottom 38.2%. Where if it's away from it from the other way, like from here, if it's away from it to the downside, and then you reclaim it, you get that move to the top 38.2%. So right now we have been away from that median for a long time, since all-time highs. Reclaiming it takes it to that top 38.2%, which is right now around that $82,000-ish area, $83,000 area. So you got another point of confluence for that zone. Come on, Bitcoin, just a couple of $100 lower, and we'll get filled, and then we'll be filled. We'll be filled like 18-year-olds in college.
You'll be filled like Katy Perry at any Catholic Church event that she participated on, for those who know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
Exactly.
By Justin Trudeau.
Well, no, that's just the new field. Before, she used to be a Catholic Church girl. Not a lot of people know that. But she did a lot of dirty things while being a Catholic Church girl, which I wish I participated on. I mean, have you seen Katy Perry's?
I've never heard that one before.
Thank you. I do what I can with what I got.
So the daily on Bitcoin is now freshly flipped down, going along with that idea of the pullback from here, and you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $75,200, but you're still well within the bullish control zone. 12 hours currently freshly flipped back up, and 12 hours putting in hidden bullish divergence after taking out these previous lows while price is making a higher low, and it is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $73,400. Plus, it's maintaining the bullish control zone. 8 hours currently also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 74,600. Plus, 8 hours also putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows on momentum while price made a higher low. You're also forming bearish divergence on the other hand because you're making a lower high currently while price is making a higher high. That will require a close below 74.6 to confirm, which you are close to doing. And then that gives you your move down to about 73,000 on confirmation. 4 hours currently flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 74.7. 2 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 68,400. And somewhere around that 5 EMA is likely where you're going to come down to, and that would fill us. 5-day currently is also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,900. And I believe now you're exiting the bearish control zone. You are indeed. And 5-day is still making a higher low momentum, with prices making a lower low, giving you 5-day bullish divergence. And your next target on that divergence is going to be somewhere around this 55/100 as they continue to move down, and eventually they're going to be around that $82,000, $83,000 area. Right now they're around 85,000. Weekly is currently also flipped up, now exiting the critical zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $69,700. And weekly is reclaiming that 9, giving you the target towards somewhere around this 21 to 100. Let's go into CME. And weekly on CME has closed back over the 9, which it has been below since the last major lower high of around $98,000. Plus, weekly on CME it's flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $69,850. Plus, weekly on CME is making a higher low, while price is making a lower low, giving you confirmed bullish divergence on CME, which is going to give you that target of somewhere around this zone, right around that $80,000-ish region. Plus, you also have a CME gap here right around $81,000, 81 to 82,000, and remember, I gotta remember that CME does have a slight premium over spot. So if it were to go to 80, 81, 82, it would be slightly higher than spot. Spot would be like a couple $100 below that. All right. And on the 2-week, we have reclaimed the median, which is the first time we reclaimed that median since that last major lower high. Plus, momentum on the 2-week is now freshly flipped back up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $66,300. And the last time momentum freshly flipped back up on the 6-week, on the 2-week, was all the way back here in April of 2025. That took us to new all-time highs. Back over here in October of 2024, took us to new all-time highs. Back over here in October of 23. Took us to new all-time highs. I'm not saying we're going to get a new all-time highs, but probably going to get a decent-sized little bounce here, which already we've gotten, so just a little bit more. Now let's go into index. Index is currently also freshly flipped back up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,550. Oops. Monthly is currently also flipped down. Monthly is very close to firing off that volatility setup. Once you get over 15% in close, you will confirm that setup. And currently, monthly does have a 100% hit rate of going in the direction of momentum, which momentum is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $97,800. And if we and the average move to the downside is right around 50%. So if you were to assume that this happens, we're say very generous and happens at around $82,000, that would bring price 50% pretty easy to around $41,000, which is right around very close to the current where that current 6 month 21 is at. And then if we were to take it from about $80,000, that'd be about $40,000, and then if you were to do it from 78,000, that'd be about $39,000. So we can have a range somewhere between around 39,000 to like 43,000, somewhere in that zone. I do think high probability you're going to find your bottom at, and then maybe you can go sideways for a couple of weeks, retest that area maybe once or twice, and then from there you can send it up in the next couple of years in the next bull market. But right now, to wrap it up, in the short time frames, momentum is flipping down. You are putting in bearish divergence. Do you think you're going to test somewhere closer to $73,000, and then from there you should put in some higher time frame hidden bullish divergences on a lot of time frames. You do have them confirmed. You do have momentum flipped up on a lot of the medium term time frames, like the 2 week, which is the first time that it has been flipped up for a long time. Plus, it's the first time the weekly has been above the median in a long time since our previous current all time highs. Nice significant change from what we've had for the last couple of months, and that does likely take us a little bit higher towards somewhere around that $78,000 area at a minimum, but I am leaning towards somewhere slightly higher, towards somewhere around 80 to 82,000, and in that area, likely going to get your rejection, and then put in your lower high, and then you'll have some nice hidden bearish divergences across the board, and then that will take you towards somewhere around 63,000 for 60 to 63,000 for a little bounce, and then that bounce likely fails, and that takes you towards somewhere in the 50s. I'd say $55,000 to $58,000 after that, and then that likely gives you a nice little bounce. Probably takes a couple of months, and then somewhere around towards the end of the year, I'd say you probably hit that $39,000 to like $40,000 number, and the invalidation will be getting a weekly close back over 97,900.
Thank you, senor. Much appreciated. Perfect. I mean, it's a nice blend of analysis between the two of you guys, with the view on a little local top right now before going down to where you have your long, and then going up again, because certainly feels like it will. And again, to me, it's always been, once you have the Clarity Act done, that's when we drop. You need to fucking make all the retards believe that that's an amazing thing, simply because it's not. So it's exciting times ahead. Thank you.
And if that passes, when it passes, the little spike that we get gives us our 80,000, 82,000 tap. Massive girthy green dildo gets everyone excited, and then you get your rejection.
That's right. And it's going to be fucking glorious. Well, everyone's like, now crypto is unstoppable. The United States will become the crypto capital of the world. Crypto capital. By the way, I love that the crypto president has completely fucked crypto and all of his cryptos, right? But people still don't understand what's going on. Dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. And the other, can I say another one? The whole narrative with gold and gold, silver, and also Bitcoin, right? Like, if it's the end of the world and there's no electricity and people are like running wild and there's zombies everywhere, you're going to take my gold. Let me tell you what, you're going to take a fucking bullet to the head if you don't have a bigger gun than the other guy. Let's say you show up to someone's house, and in that house, they have, in your house, let's say it's your house, you have water, you have meat, you have food, because you prepped. You're a fucking end of the world prepper. You're set to go. And someone shows up and goes, hey, bro, I'm willing to buy your house for 3 bars of gold. Would you give it to them?
Fuck off.
Right? Well, I can give you 100 Bitcoin. It's the end of the world. Remember, the volcanoes erupted, all that stuff already. Because that's what everyone's fucking afraid of, right? So are you going to take 100 Bitcoin for your food and your water?
You could take that ledger and shove it right up your anus.
Exactly. Get the fuck out of here. That's fucking for stupid people, boys. Stupid people. Let's go. All right. That's why I'm buying more Bitcoin and gold. I'm very fucking stupid. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Not really. Just a few more hours. Sorry. Sorry. I've been really tired for the past few days, and today I have energy for some reason. So let's do this. Antes de empezar, quiero abrir un paréntesis rápido para todos ustedes porque hay una demostración bastante fácil de cómo nos meten ideas a la cabeza. Güeyes, imagínate que es el fin del mundo, ¿no? Explotó un volcán, los extraterrestres llegaron, pero así el fin del mundo, ¿no? Que te pongan así algo culero y en grande. Díganme una cosa, imagínate, tienes tu casa llena de agua. Tú eres el cabrón que se preparó perfectamente. Tienes todo el agua, tienes toda la comida, y estás listo, ¿no? Para estar ahí. Si sales, lo que está pasando en la calle es 70% del mundo está muerto, 50% del mundo está muerto y los que están vivos se están matando para robarse todo. Y llega tu tío Salo y te ofrece 100 bitcoins por toda tu comida. ¿Qué harías? ¿Me darías toda tu comida por 100 bitcoins? No, me mandarías a la mega verga porque no existe manera de poder volver a agarrar comida y si sales a la calle te van a matar, ¿no? Es el fin del mundo. Y lo mismo con el oro. Y aquí mucha gente me pone, vean esto, güey, vean lo lavados de la cabeza que estamos, solamente para que tengan una idea. Vean esto, es absolutamente brutal. Te quedaste mucho tiempo en el gabacho. Estás diciendo que todos los mexicanos que entonces merecen chingarse por el país en el que nacieron, que nunca podrán ganar $90 a la semana. Bitcoin pone en juego algo que puede ayudar a todo el mundo. Solo tienes que comprenderlo, brother. Años hablando de él y aún no lo entiendes. Si hubieras comprado SanDisk, si hubieras comprado Oculus, si hubieras comprado Tesla, si hubieras comprado Rivian, si hubieras comprado cualquier puta empresa el año pasado, hubieras hecho más dinero que con Bitcoin. No lo comprendes, brother. El mexicano que hace $900. ¿Y de dónde va a sacar el mexicano $900 el dinero para comprar su Bitcoin? Para lo único que funciona es para especular. No tiene nada de malo. Nada de malo. Nada más no sean tan idiotas como este tío. De corazón, todas estas narrativas estúpidas que existen no tienen sentido alguno. Empieza a cuestionar todas. Es por tu propio bien y te va a ayudar muy cabrón a entender este pedo. Porque lo que están agarrando literalmente a través de tus emociones y de tu moral. La moral funciona en este mundo para hacerte caer en todas las trampas más cabronas del mundo. En las más cabronas de todo el mundo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es admitir: estoy especulando y esta madre había subido un chingo y ahora me perdí toda esa subida, pero ahora creo que eso va a continuar subiendo más que todo lo demás. Por eso cuando dicen, no, el nuevo sistema financiero va a ser fuera del dólar y va a ser... El nuevo sistema financiero va a ser fuera del dólar y va a ser el oro, Bitcoin o lo que sea así, güey. El ejército más poderoso del mundo. Los güeyes más hijos de puta de todo el mundo van a decirle adiós a su capacidad de imprimir dinero de la nada para comprar el bienestar, ¿no? Es el 2026. Estas historias nos las creíamos en el 2020. Han pasado 6 años. No sé si tengas 15 años o qué pedo, carnal. Pero, y esto se los digo también de corazón, fuera de eso. ¿Saben ustedes que me encanta Tesla? ¿Saben ustedes que me encantan diferentes compañías? Estoy enamorado de ellos y estoy todo el día mamando que tienes que comprarlo y no importa lo que pase y no vendas y... No, eso es para tontos. Una vez más, uno de los mejores consejos que aprendí por ahí del 2011 de un excelente emprendedor fue: no te enamores de lo que tienes, porque algún día cuando valga la pena lo vas a querer vender. Y es lo correcto, es la manera correcta de ver esto. No tiene sentido alguno enamorarte y pelearte por un bien y estar todo el día pensando en ese bien, ¿no? Los famosos Bitcoiners. Nosotros los Bitcoiners somos mejores personas que todos los demás. No caigan en esto, es el 2026. Y quien veas que sigue cayendo en eso, no tiene el criterio suficiente ni la capacidad mental para entender que no está haciendo tanto dinero como antes que no existe el dinero inconfiscable porque todos los gobiernos de todo el mundo han confiscado Bitcoin. Y lo más importante de todo, no va a ser el nuevo sistema financiero universal del planeta Tierra y de Marte y de Júpiter ni de nada. Va a seguir siendo el dólar digital y eso es a donde vamos, damas y caballeros. Es así de fácil. No caigan en estas tonterías. Si están haciendo esto es porque quieren hacer dinero. Sé honesto contigo mismo. No tiene absolutamente nada de malo. No sé por qué mucha gente cree que, güey, si solamente estoy pensando en... Estás aquí para hacer dinero, ¿no? Y es más fácil hacer dinero cuando estás aquí para divertirte con estas apuestas, analizando, poniendo todo esto, atando cabos, usando tu imaginación, siendo creativo. Totalmente te va a ir mejor. Pero estamos aquí para hacer dinero, ¿no? O me perdí de algo. Entonces, no es necesario estar aquí pegándote en el pecho que Tesla, todos los güeyes estos que solamente hablan de Tesla, quiero que sepan, Tesla e Elon Musk a través de X les está dando una fortuna para seguir hablando y hablando y hablando y hablando y hablando de Tesla. Hay varios de ellos que me han mandado mensajes cuando compré Tesla en el bajón del año pasado con los aranceles de Tesla, por supuesto. Y les dije sus entradas. Y luego cuando les dije, tienen que vender, ninguno lo dijo en voz alta. Todos dijeron, estoy comprando aquí, presumiendo las entradas que yo les mandé. Y cuando les dije a todos, es hora de vender, cabrones, en 4.68, y ellos y todos sus seguidores se la comieron. Todos. Y van a continuar comiéndosela. ¿Por qué? Porque no te puedes enamorar de un bien. Quieres jugar a esto neutral, quieres entender de dónde vienes. Si no hay una coherencia entre lo que quieres y lo que haces, no vas a poder romperla en esta realidad. Y esto es donde hace falta coherencia. Si es el fin del mundo, el que tenga la pistola más grande es el que gana. ¿Saben desde cuándo he conocido a gente que es de esas de, si se acaba el fin del mundo y tengo un rancho y no sé dónde? Tío, te voy a decir la neta, aunque tengas el rancho y vivas, a menos de que sea una isla desierta en muy lejos y que ahí te tocó el fin del mundo, si vives en un rancho que tiene todo, ¿qué evita que alguien como yo, muerto de hambre, con mi escopeta y mis pistolas, vaya y te la quite? Que tú tengas pistolas también. Es lo... Por favor, no se engañen, brother. Ok, vamos a regresar con esto, vale. No a este tonto, pero a estas cosas. Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Por supuesto, tenemos todavía la estrategia. Si llegamos a los 87,500, que lo dudo, pero si se llega, vamos a estar más cortos que mi pene, ¿ok? Es lo que vamos a intentar hacer en esta hermosa jugada. Por ahora estamos jugando algo bastante divertido. Me encanta lo que está haciendo Bitcoin. Me fascina. Porque siempre les digo, cabrones, las noticias nos engañan como lo del Clarity Act, haciéndonos pensar algo y que es algo positivo y que eso va a hacer que Pompey, que somos la capital de cripto, nos están engañando. Las tablas hacen lo mismo. Esta es una gran lección para todos ustedes. Esto de acá es una vela topera, pero del libro. Quiero que noten esto. Esta parece más un doji, ¿ok? Esta no es una vela topera y esta tampoco. Es un doji. Entonces, díganme por qué esta y esta vela no parecen toperas, pero esta vela es una vela topera del libro. Y aparte pegándole al promedio del 100. ¿Por qué? Te están engañando. Te están haciendo pensar que este es un corto fácil, ¿no? Y lo que va a hacer esto es muy probable, bueno, lo que ya está haciendo, me quiero romper los huevos porque literalmente hice el corto aquí arriba y lo vendí. Así como el long que traía de por acá, que también vendí, lo traía. Pero ya saben, a mí me gusta llevarme mi dinero a casa, no tiene nada de malo, pero puta madre, güey. He estado en llamas y simplemente no lo he podido ejecutar en grande. Se me tiene que ir la luz o tengo que ir de viaje otra vez, que eso va a pasar pronto. Nos vamos a Hawái. A Hawái. Ok. Esta vela topera, la roja de en medio, que está justamente ahí, normalmente cuando una tabla te pone algo así, que te la pone instantáneamente, es perfecta, es obvia, está en contra de algo como una resistencia tan obvia como el promedio del 100 que todo el mundo dice. En mi opinión, funciona como un bait para toda la gente que está haciendo cortos. ¿Y por qué dejas el precio aquí abajo donde estamos? O tal vez bajar más. La razón por qué es sencilla. Hace que todo el mundo que viene de acá se suba en corto, 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 y que se sigan subiendo. Y cada que sube, y por eso ahorita solamente subió hasta acá, te está diciendo, no, brother, este era el corto acá, el que Alejandro vendió como el gran pendejo que es. Ese era el corto del siglo. Cuando es tan temprano, lo hizo en un, ¿qué fue esto ayer, no? Si es una tabla diaria, esto fue el martes. Cuando te lo está dando instantáneamente, tío, aquí es donde tienes que analizar un poco más allá de eso. Y es por eso que les digo, es importante aprender análisis técnico, porque en la tabla también te engañan. Tal cual como Bitcoin está engañando a todo el mundo ahorita, de que literalmente este fue el fondo y este fue el tope, ni madres. Lo que sabemos es que Bitcoin siempre hace lo mismo, un alto más alto antes de continuar a hacer un bajo más bajo, ¿no? La cosa es, lo único que tenemos que poder cachar es dónde va a ser el parque. ¿Dónde es el parque? ¿Aquí o acá? Donde te van a llevar con toda la diversión y después rechazar y llevarte un nuevo mínimo cuando pusiste todo tu dinero ahí pensando que era el fondo. Es lo único que tenemos que identificar ahora en la tendencia más grande. Por ahora, si se ponen a ver de cerca, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado acá. Mis promedios del 55 y el 21 están a punto de cruzar al revés. Esto quiere decir el 21 por encima del 55. Y eso nos indica que hay fuerza en el movimiento, además de que ya tienes el 5 por encima del 9, ahora van a revertir estos y también el 34 que viene acá abajo en blanco. Una vez que tengas eso, te va a estar dando bastante fuerza esto. Vienes en un canal que ha funcionado perfecto en esta tabla para poder analizar. Hasta que no le pegues a la parte de en medio como mínimo, la parte de en medio, si la fuéramos a tocar hoy, está en $78,000. No voy a estar pensando en ahora vamos a caer de la nada. Hasta que no tengamos el Clarity Act que pase, y se los digo de corazón, porque la idea es, y no es que sí tiene que ver con, no quiero decir fundamentales, porque fundamentales en esta realidad son muy pendejos, pero hay algo muy cierto dentro de lo del Clarity Act. Todo el mundo que está en cripto cree que es positivo para cripto, pero el Clarity Act es positivo para el dólar y el dólar digital, ¿ok? Entonces, si todo el mundo piensa que algo es positivo, que no es positivo, ¿se acuerdan cuando Trump entró y les dijo que era el presidente cripto? ¿Cómo va ese pedo? Es increíble que la gente siga cayendo en estas... O sea, literalmente increíble, a mi punto de vista. No les quiero hacer el cuento largo. Yo creo que hemos visto bastante la tabla trimestral, la mensual. Sabemos que estamos en tendencias bajistas en altas temporalidades, pero en temporalidades cortas, como por ejemplo la semanal. Vean esto, estamos a punto de retomar el canalito por acá. La última vez que estuviste en este canal, has llegado al tope del canal, brother. ¿Qué falta para el tope del canal? Una vez más, la parte alta de donde estamos ahorita en este canal, en la semanal, está en 82, si es que se da esta semana. La siguiente semana, vamos a ver dónde se mueve, serían 83, que está el promedio del 100, el promedio del 34, pero para mí el promedio del 21 que viene justamente acá sería lo ideal, porque vienes, lo tocas y recuerda, aquí lo que te van a vender, en mi opinión, una vez que lo toques acá, y podemos ver, ¿no? Si vamos a continuar para arriba, ya les dije, o sea, sería algo divino si podemos entrar en corto en 87,000 antes de que caiga, pero la realidad es que muy probablemente Bitcoin haga el juego que siempre hace, que todo el mundo cuando tocamos, no sé si se acuerden, acá los 98, todo el mundo estaba esperando los 100 y nunca llegó. Entonces, ¿qué haces acá? Básicamente, vienes, tocas los 98, todo el mundo se sube en long, porque vamos a 100 o en 100 voy a poner mis cortos, nadie se sube en corto y por eso me saqué la lotería y nos fuimos para abajo. Pero todo el mundo estaba esperando todavía más upside y es justamente lo que nos van a jugar acá. Entonces, no podemos volvernos tan avaros en este momento y tenemos que entender que están jugando un jueguito estúpido que siempre juegan. Y esa es, una vez más, para mí es sencillo. Para mí, si quieres jugar esto, hay bastantes puntos de resistencia que en verdad funcionan súper bien, como esta media de esta paralela, ¿no? Que es justamente donde viene el promedio del 21 y eso está en los $78,500. Si llegamos y tocamos rápido, digamos hoy, mañana, los 78, si esto lo hacemos rápido, hoy y mañana, ¿qué están haciendo? Estarían preparando todos el 80-82 viene y adivina qué, cabrón, el corto bueno va a estar acá. Si es que llegamos ahí rápido. Si no llegamos ahí rápido y nos tardamos y vamos poco a poco y empezamos a cerrar acá, temporalidad empieza a jugar a favor de la tabla, pues tal vez podamos ver estos 87. Pero todo va a depender de la combinación de la noticia, el Clarity Act, y esto es por lo que ustedes deberían de estar emputadísimos con el gobierno y con sus políticos y con todo esto, porque solamente funcionan para hacerte equivocarte en cosas financieras y con tu vida. Es la cosa más ridícula del mundo, pero es lo más fácil de ver una vez que te das cuenta y abres los ojos. Una cosa que quiero que noten también acá es, no habías tenido un cierre semanal, esta es una tabla semanal, por encima del 9 desde que tocamos estos 98. ¿Ok? Y esto fue en enero, el 12 de enero. Desde el 12 de enero, febrero, marzo, abril, 3 meses, no ha cerrado por encima. Por primera vez tiene cara que vas a poder cerrar por encima de este promedio del 9, ¿ok? Y eso quiere decir que tu siguiente objetivo natural no solamente es la media de este canal verguísima, pero es el promedio del 21. Lo más cabrón de todo esto es, si les pongo el HPDR, van a notar una cosa. De todo este camino, esta es la media. ¿Sí la pueden ver? La media del HPDR es esta línea gris que viene aquí abajo, ¿no? Y adivina qué, carnal. Estás abriendo por arriba de la media. Eso es alcista. La última vez que cerraste por arriba de la media, para que tengan una idea, fue el 4 de agosto del 2025, hace casi un año. No, esta fue la última. El 11 de agosto, perdón, del 2025, hace casi un año. Esto te puede dar un movimiento al promedio del 21, de poder romper el promedio del 21, y esto es una vez más, lo que me gusta. El trade acá, el promedio del 5 lo tienes en 69,000, ¿ok? El promedio del 9, que es lo primero que te debería aguantar estando abriendo por la media, y es por eso que si llegas a ver ahorita $71,000 antes de 78, es donde querrías entrar en el long más long, en el largo más largo de todos. ¿Por qué? Porque eso sería una catapulta para arriba. Siempre que esto pasa, simplemente es el retesteo para ir para arriba y te llevaría a estos 78. Esa es la idea. Ahora, pierde los $69,000 y tío, olvídalo. Vamos de vuelta a los 61,000. Pero por ahora, ahora sí que Momentum también está apuntando para arriba en la semanal. Estás haciendo un nuevo alto más alto. Dentro de este banderín bajista, estás haciendo lo que debes para poder continuar marcando alto, un nuevo alto. Y muchos preguntarán, pero Ale, no puede ser este porque solamente hicimos un alto por $30 más que este. El fin podría. También tienes que tener eso en mente. Pero de nuevo, ¿cuál sería tu señal? Perder los 71,500. Esa sería tu señal. Además de que perderías esta línea de tendencia, entonces empezarías a hacer bajos más bajos. Empezarías a marcar una tendencia bajista en la semanal. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando por ahora? Simplemente un throwback, si es que se da, pero si nos queremos meter un poco más de lleno, vamos a la tabla de 5 días para poder ver lo que está pasando por acá. La tabla de 5 días, ya tenemos un rechazo del promedio del 21. El último rechazo del promedio del 21 está acá justamente cuando hicimos esos $98,000, pero normalmente si vienes, rechazas otra vez, deberías de hacer un SFP en el promedio del 21 y el rechazo debería de venir al 34. El 34 está en 81, pero antes del 34 tienes la media en los 80,000, digo, la parte alta de la zona azul en los $80,000, ¿ok? ¿Cómo se llama? En tu tabla de 5 días. Ahora, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad está dándose la vuelta desde acá, pero no podemos contarla porque recuerden, necesitamos que vaya por encima del promedio. El promedio es la línea blanca. Volatilidad es esta. Necesitas básicamente este cruce. No caímos por debajo del 15%, que es esta línea, pero no hay pedo. Una vez que cruzas una de estas y ves que el promedio cae, aquí es lo que está validando tu setup de volatilidad. Por ahora, adelantarte a esto sería un error fatal en tu parte. ¿Ok? No tiene sentido alguno, no te quieras meter con FOMO, no es el punto de lo que estamos diciendo. El punto de lo que decimos es, espérate a ver qué exactamente pasa cuando expande esa volatilidad, pero también ve la tabla de 5, la semanal, ve dónde estamos parados con este movimiento. Y ya les había medido, el movimiento medido de esto debería de ser de aquí, acá, para arriba. Y ese movimiento medido nos debería llevar a 87. Por eso les digo, 87 es donde vas a tener el corto de los cortos, de los cortos, de los cortos, de los cortos. ¿Ok? Vamos a ir a la tabla de 3 días en putiza. La tabla de 3 días nos pinta que aparezca exactamente, que nos está rechazando el 21, pero una vez más, la media la tenemos en 72,900. Eso quiere decir cualquier throwback a esa zona es donde quieres entrar en long. Si es que no has entrado ahorita, Farhan mandó ese long, yo estoy entrando en 3 posiciones, ya estoy ahí, pero también quiero que notes que en la de 3 días, ese setup que nos está dando la tabla semanal, aquí ya está a punto de dar. Si vas a mantener el ojo pelado en algo, es esta tabla de 3 días, porque una vez que expandas por acá y cierres, es donde te vas a dar cuenta que esto de verdad lleva fuerza a la alza. Y atentos, para cerrar esta tabla de 7 días faltan solamente 7 horas. Cierra el día de hoy esta tabla de 3 días. De 3 días. Este rechazo podría ser el rechazo, pero pueden ver cómo acá, en la de 3 días, y esto es lo que quiero que tengan en mente, te puede rechazar en putiza esta, hacer ver que todo vale verga, y la siguiente, abrir, subir más y luego bajar completamente. Y es un poco lo que espero. Estoy esperando esa trampa para todo el mundo, para todos los que están esperando ese super pompazo de supercampeones. Por ahora no lo tenemos, estamos simplemente en ello. Vamos a la de 2 días para ver si el setup de volatilidad está ahí. Pinche Vini. El setup de volatilidad en la de 2 días está confirmado. Por eso no quieres estar en corto, por eso no estoy en corto, por eso estoy en long. Este setup de volatilidad, ¿dónde se dio? Vean nada más. No viene de la parte más baja, lo que te dice que, ¿cómo se dice? Lo que te dice que probablemente no vaya a tener mucha fuerza, pero va a empujar el precio para arriba. Y eso se dio ante esta vela, ¿ok? Y esta vela es una vela verde. Esto quiere decir que el siguiente objetivo es nuestro 61.8%, además de que estás arriba del 50%. Ya cerraste con un rechazo, pero abriste por encima de. Eso quiere decir que tu siguiente objetivo natural debería de ser los $76,000. Y de ahí, de poder romper, tienes la media y la parte alta del canal en estos $82,000. ¿Ok? Estos $82,000 es donde viene el promedio del 100. Ahora te voy a llevar a la diaria. La diaria tiene volatilidad contrayendo después de haber expandido ante la subida. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que probablemente porque estás a punto de contraer esta volatilidad o mínimo ha dado este movimiento, este es un movimiento correctivo. Este no es el movimiento de verdad ahorita. ¿Qué tienes por encima en la diaria? El promedio del 100, justamente acá rechazándote del libro para hacerte pensar que ya bailó Berta y vienes cayendo a la media, a la zona azul. La zona azul te puede atrapar el promedio del 9 o la media en el peor caso. La media está en 71,600. Eso es tu último recurso. Si ahorita esto se mueve así para hacer esto es lo que quieres que aguante. Siempre y cuando te aguanten estos 71,600, deberías de ver un movimiento para arriba bastante agresivo. Si los pierdes, empezarías a poder pensar, vienes a la parte baja de la zona azul, ya estando aquí en la semanal y en todas las demás temporalidades, esto sería un no te metas, no metas las manos, esto va para abajo y ahí es donde buscaríamos cortos una vez más en la zona de los $69,000. Pero por ahora, como pueden notar, apreciar en esta tabla, simplemente estamos haciendo un alto con un bajo. Y ahora, este bajo no tiene que continuar desarrollándose agresivamente por completo. Hay otros lugares donde tienes un movimiento agresivo a la alza y no te da un bajo hasta después, como acá, básicamente. Esta vela, pum, 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 y luego aquí bajaste agresivamente para subir. Y es justamente parte de lo que está buscando. Ahorita vienen todos estos longs desde pum, pum. En realidad desde aquí, no creas que mucho. Toda esta zona de long es la que ha funcionado. Y eso quiere decir que podrías tranquilamente venir acá, sacar a todos estos longs para después subir. Entonces, ¿qué vas a esperar? Como siempre, ¿qué es lo que hacemos nosotros en este canal? No queremos adivinar. Lo que vamos a hacer es simplemente esperar. Esperar a los 72,500, zona de 73, para tener una entrada en long. Saber que debajo de $69,000, ¿no? De acá, olvídalo y nos vamos, ¿no? Porque si esto llega a caer, debe de aguantar acá. Es lo que deberías de ver, básicamente, que esta línea meme que viene en diagonal desde aquí abajo debe de aguantar junto con esta línea horizontal. Y eso te debería de dar un buen rebote. Ahora, si esto instantáneamente ahorita se viene para acá, 78 es donde yo haría el corto. No me esperaría más. ¿Por qué? Porque entonces no sacaste a ningún long, solamente a estos, ¿no? A esta zona. Y eso quiere decir que este movimiento, acuérdate, si primero vas para arriba, vas a caer. Si primero vas para abajo, vas a subir. Es la cosa más fácil de entender cuando estás viendo Bitcoin para poder ayudarte a hacer la mayor cantidad de dinero posible en tus trades. Y es justamente ante lo que estamos. Por ahora, nos han dado trades bastante sencillos. Está haciendo jugar este tope. Yo pondría muchísima atención. Sobre todo, esta zona me gusta mucho. Esta línea meme que tenemos acá en los 73,800. ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente funcionó como soporte acá y luego como resistencia. Funcionó como, acá lo validas, te ayuda como soporte y hasta ahorita te está ayudando como soporte. Si esto aguanta, que además viene con mi canal diario por acá, si esto aguanta, tío, vas a esos 78. Y ahí es donde no me voy a poner completamente avaro y voy a pensar que nos vamos a 80,000. Voy a ver si el Genius Act está ya a punto de ser aprobado o si están intentando jalar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible ahí. Y ya, porque estoy a punto de tener este cruce plateado por acá, mi tabla semanal simplemente me está diciendo, denle 30 minutos, que lo único que no debe perder es mi promedio del 9 en los 71,500. Cualquier oportunidad de throwback a esos 71,500, vamos. Y zona interesantísima para poder vender y hacer corto, estos 78. Yo vendería mi long en 77, no esperaría los 78 porque todo el mundo está volteando a ver los 78, ya saben cómo es esto. Y mi corto lo iniciaría en los 78. Si no llega, no hay pedo, pero mínimo ya saqué dinero en el movimiento para arriba. Y es justo lo que estamos esperando ahorita con Bitcoin. Así que, sin armarla más de pedo para que lo tengan, el precio del long que me están preguntando ahorita en ¿cómo se llama? El precio del long, ¿en qué precio entro en long? Está en Discord, en el análisis de Farhan. Te lo acabo de dar. Hay muchísimas diferentes oportunidades. Tú vas a tener que escoger, y esto es lo que les digo. ¿Qué exactamente es lo que vas a tomar? Nosotros podemos decirte los niveles y tú eres el que escoge, porque puedes hacerlo, esperarte a los 71,500, puedes hacerlo en los 73,800, que es esta línea morada, puedes hacerlo en los 73, que en la diaria, en los 72,500 es tu promedio del 9 o tu promedio del 5 en los 73,200. Aquí es cosa tuya, ¿no? ¿Dónde lo quieres hacer? Pero, güey, es que si me dijiste 70,000, yo estaba esperando y nunca bajó de acá. Correcto, porque estás literalmente tomando este canal. No había cerrado por encima de este canal 3 cierres. Si tienes este cierre hoy por encima de este canal, literalmente deberías de venir a la parte alta del canal o mínimo a la media. Y la media está en 77. Si pierdes esto y te empiezas a llevar este mínimo en 73,500, muy probablemente veas esos 72,500 hasta los 71, que eran 71 más o menos por acá. Y esto es lo que debería de aguantar. Y si lo aguanta, simplemente esperamos a que haga esto y aquí, en el retesteo de esto, haríamos el corto. Entonces, es muy, muy, muy importante que ustedes sepan que por más que nosotros estemos dando clases, que ustedes estén aprendiendo y les mandemos señales y la verga, el que toma la decisión final eres tú. Y yo lo veo así. Cuando estoy desesperado por entrar en un trade, me voy a meter acá. ¿no? En el primer extremo. Cuando no tengo prisa y ando relajadón, voy a entrar en la entrada de Farhan, el promedio del 5 del diario. Si ando acá de mamalón y voy a querer meterle rico, voy a usar el promedio del 9. Y esta es la plática que tienes que contarte en tu cabeza para tú planear cómo lo vas a hacer. Es como llegar acá. ¿Dónde le hago el corto? En 78, 77, en los 82, en la parte alta de esto. Literalmente es lo que te digo. ¿Cuál es el trade de más rico en donde te metes con todo 87,500? Pero vale que no puedes subir de ahí y eliminar. Puede, pero personalmente yo creo que aquí tendrías una posibilidad infinita de destruir a la baja. Entonces, lo que yo haría aquí arriba, le metería un chingo de volumen a este trade con poco apalancamiento. Un 10X y le metes 20, 30 mil dólares y vámonos a la verga, porque el movimiento de acá te debería llevar a los 58, 55. ¿Ok? Es importante eso. Vale. Pues ahí lo tienen. Tienen todos los trades. Vean esto, aprendan, tomen nota de esto y vean si nos están jugando lo que les estoy diciendo, el truco. A mí esto me vuelve más alcista que bajista. ¿Ok? Y digo, sobre todo de cómo entré acá en mi posición long, se los conté al principio de esto, es por esto. Porque el hecho de que ninguna de estas velas diarias hace una vela topera que ha tocado la parte alta del rango, me dices ahora, oye, brother, atento con esta vela súper topera en martes, Nel, pero ni de pedo. Es como lo del Clarity Act. Y vamos a también mantener buena visión por ahí con lo del Clarity Act. Ahora, voy a leer en putiza lo del chat. ¿Qué tal está el nuevo chat? Me encantó acá en Elite Trading Academy. Qué bueno que andan por acá. Vamos a ver. Buenos. Could we do Perringo stock long investment? Ah, sí. Alex, the one that's next for you is this. Let me find it. Hang on. Perigo stock long investment. I mean, that doesn't fucking exist. So it would be like this. Oh, hang on, actually, because what I want to do is just, because I told people, tell me if you want to invest or if you want to trade, because those are two different points of view. Do you agree with me or not really?
Oh, yeah.
So the next one is Julio's asking for AGH for trading.
AGH. Okay.
Y ahora, si ustedes están mandando estos y dices, oye, podemos verlo para trading y tal vez para invertir, no, escoge una. ¿Cuál de las dos quieres? Voy a tomarte ahorita esta. Si no pones que quieres de estas, te voy a saltar. Tenemos que empezar a educarnos en esto. Y la razón por qué, porque es mucho más rápido para todos ustedes y podemos ver más precios. Y además podemos ser más útiles para todos ustedes. Entonces, por favor, hagan esto cuando estén buscando algo. Mariano, no tengo ni puta idea que sea Perrigo Stock Long Investment. A menos de que estés diciendo, hang on. I am sorry, Alex. It's Perrigo indeed. It's the Perrigo stock, and it's saying for an investment in the long term. Which, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, and then Farhan will do a Perrigo. PRGO?
Sounds like you said Perico.
No. It's too early for
my
that.
attention.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Perigo, and then for you, Mr. Farhano, AGH for trading.
All right.
AGH. All righty. I'll put your screen on now. Thank you.
Okay, investing. Let's see, because yeah, you're absolutely right. Trading, investing, two different things. And I often think, when you're going and investing, there's some kind of like cult mentality. You saw it a lot during I guess 2021, 2022 bear market, where it's just buy the dip. But there's often right dips to buy. And really there's things and indications that can tell you if a church is dead. It's even worth putting your money in. And this is all just based on technicals, not fundamentals at all. Nothing based on anything I know about this company. but just what the chart is telling me, right? And so off the bat, whenever I'm going on investments, you always just want to do more longer term. And off the bat, I mean, you can just see this is just in a massive monthly downtrend. Now, you can see why this is being brought up to maybe be on the camp on investing, because often when you start reaching these lows here, people think this can be a good buying opportunity. The dynamic here versus over here is a lot different. You can see that you had support of really that monthly moving averages moving down with price a lot more than where we're currently at. When you are at this point already at $11.70, you see that monthly 9 was already greatly moved down. Even here, see another cross, and you're able to really reject the monthly 9. You really haven't rejected this monthly 9 for multiple months. You do see it's coming in at $15.63, not at all close to price action, meaning it's going to be very hard to really justify buying this as long as you're under the monthly 9. You can see that's been just the spot that's been rejecting us each and every time that we've been rallying up. The fact that we haven't hit it in a while doesn't mean we're bullish. It just means that when we do end up getting an impressive mean reversion bounce that gets everyone thinking this is bottomed, it's going to be nothing more than just a monthly EMA 9 retest. So the trend is down on the macro. The monthly 9 is rejecting, which most likely means the monthly 5 is rejecting as well. If something as little as like a 5 can't even get reclaimed, and it hasn't for since August 2025, it's just not a good sign of like something you'd want to invest. You also can see in this region, this was the last spot really before you had a pretty big breakdown. You can just see these lows, and that's at $10.43. Slightly defending it now, but again, not the biggest boost of confidence. This is like the last big spot before this chart essentially died and went to $5. Over 50% haircut of where current market price is right now. 55%. Invest $1,000, you'll lose $550 if it goes down to these zones, which is what's brewing potentially. Now, yeah, you're making a move up, but you do see that you have just been moving up on the monthly, and it's just been producing lower highs. So now we have a few things on the monthly, right? We know the monthly 5 is keeping us down, so that's instantly weakness on the macro. You know that the monthly trend is down, so also weakness on the macro. Downtrend is very strong and relevant, and you do know that this is clinging onto the cliffside edge, really bring a move back down to $5. And it's also been producing lower highs. So as a bull here, if you're trying to invest, the very simple place here, at least, and I'm always seeking trading terms, right? But when you start really selling off here, you can invest and make pretty nice returns, assuming you're just here to kind of get in, hold it for a few months, make your return and get out, right? The objective, just like to that monthly EMA 167%. And it's comfortably as long as you're above that monthly 34. Now, again, investing terms, I just really spoke a lot about a monthly 5 and 9, and you're not even close to even reclaiming your 5. So talking about, the criteria to invest is very hard, because in this chart, it's essentially a dead chart. And you really wouldn't be looking at your long-term 10, 5, 15-year long-term holds until you get back above this monthly SMA 200. Now, you do see that they don't have a lot of data with the monthly SMA 200 populating in 2008, and really not a lot of data with, meaning price isn't hitting it many times. You've just been mostly under it for over 5 years now. So we're like the weekly will be your friend. This at least can help gauge if maybe the lower time frames and quotation marks versus like a monthly, bi-monthly are maybe shifting, and this can help with your investing. And so we'll go up, right? We'll zoom in here rather. You can see that you do see that $15 is a pretty big spot of resistance on the weekly, because this will open up a big range back to that $21 region, simply the weekly EMA 100, which has been rejecting this entire move down essentially. Since losing this weekly EMA 100, you've just been rejecting it. This is a good point on investing, on why you want to be buying the right dip. On every move down, if you've been buying the dip, you're still red currently. And really, hindsight would just say all you had to do was have one moving average, which was your EMA 100 on like a weekly. And you can see really, I mean, above it, price likes to respect it. You make nice moves off of it, but under it is pretty damning. And so that being shifted right into that $21 region already kind of tells us what we saw in the monthly, which was price has to make a pretty dramatic move up to really justify even buying this. The weekly EMA 100, yes, you can trade, make nice mean reversion moves to it. But as long as you're under it, it really makes no sense to be buying the dip. It has not been serving you well since literally the moment you've lost it back in 2015. Every single move that you think is bottoming you out is just being held down. So then, okay, now we're having a nice area of confluence, this region. Let me just throw back on all the fun moving averages I use. We'll go back to the monthly, right? And so now what we can say is, yeah, to invest in this chart, you have to get back above the monthly 34. And we know that'll be then the start of the reclaim on the weekly EMA 100, which again, as I just showed, has often been a good starting point for bulls to maybe start moving you up. Let me go back to that chart here. Even at the very, let's say we're all the way here at $5. You can see that the major moves really did start occurring when you got back above the weekly EMA 100. Now, again, it just depends on your horizon, how long you're holding. But let's just say you held, I mean, like a year, you made 100% essentially on your investment. Just playing that. Now, again, that's like where if you're holding this and you're investing in long term, or maybe that's like your belief in the company. But on a chart basis, this is not at all any place you'd want to start investing. This could be a trade. Bullish deviation on the weekly leads to maybe a move back up to $12, $13 here. But again, you have to just be concerned of this just being another weekly lower high, resulting into a new lower low. Meaning if you're just buying the dip here, once we make that lower low, you'll just be red again. Anyone who's been buying this chart essentially since 2015 has just been red. It can be just the easiest. EMA 100 on the weekly is loss, so you're down. Monthly EMA 34 is loss, so you're in a monthly sell trigger. So then you just instantly know that's just weak. You don't have a monthly SMA 200. And you've lost your monthly EMI 100. So yeah, I mean, just pretty weak chart overall. So yeah, I mean, investing wise, because that was the question. Really hard to justify investing here. But you can even just see if you get back with $25, perhaps that could be the argument of a place to start bidding a quarterly 9, right? That's been massive resistance. The idea is it flips into support. But then, once you, let's say, lose these levels again, do you keep holding your investment? No. And that's the nice part is when you're investing, you still should have invalidations. I believe that. I don't think you should just hold a chart. I don't think you should be an investor here and just hold this for years, losing money, because there would have been something that would have told you, right? Like a weekly EMA 100 retest that would have told you, yeah, this isn't bullish quite yet. So like if you start investing, if let's say in a utopian society, this actually busts up, reclaims, does this for a few weeks, yeah, you could actually absolutely scale some longs. But if you start losing support, why would you hold that? Right? You can just get out, take a small scratch and move on. And that's just the thing with what I said. A lot of cult mentality with like investing strategies. You can mix in trading strategies with investing. All you're doing with investing is sticking to higher time frames, weeklies, monthlies, and so forth. That really is what's going to help you keep the bigger picture here. And really, I mean, as long as you're rejecting a level, even rejecting the entire bear market of this chart, there's no reason to be front running your moves. The only reason you're doing that is just because of greed or emotions, thinking you're going to get something like this. And it often never works like that. So you can even see before We had an epic bull market, epic move up. You still had a few moments to bid this. It still gave you a little bit of time. Here you got your deviation, you had your consolidation, you had your move up. Maybe you missed this entire move up, but then it just formed another higher low, consolidation, move up. So like, you know, this will give you time to invest if it's the right trade. And still, in my opinion, this is nowhere near any kind of investing terms. Be very cautious of any move up to $15 on the PRGO. It looks very weak to me, and what you could be brewing here is just the next major lower high on the weekly, of course. Anything else I see here? It just does, just because it's sold down near the all-time low doesn't mean this is a good investment. It just solidifies this is basically a dead chart, essentially.
I mean, that quarterly volatility setup to the downside is fucking nuts.
Yeah.
No, the one on the right. Right where you are.
The quarterly volatility setup here?
Yeah, you were on the 3-month. On the right, you have literally a volatility setup right now happening where volatility is pushing.
Oh, yeah, I need my lines here. Yeah, you're right.
And it's from the lowest point on the chart, I think, too, when you expanded it.
It is, actually. So from here.
Yep. Not good.
Even when it got back above the moving average here. And you would have just looked at that and said, well, are we above the quarterly 9? So it's just like the opposite of a bull market. Like you're just not bouncing off quarterly 9s. You're rejecting it for many moons. And that's why it's not a good investing chart. Again, like you go back to my $25 region, there you can maybe justify investing if you can just wait for a little bit. At least you have some kind of idea, some kind of gauge. It lined up with the monthly and weekly. But just hoping and investing here just because you're by these lows at all does not give you any confidence. And really, this chart is just dead. And it's been dead since this zone here. Since you've lost the quarterly 100 and simply rejected the 9. It's just been dead ever since. So that's kind of why PRGO, I wouldn't be investing in this. I did give you a criteria on where I would invest, where this could be a good spot to maybe invest. Now, I did say that would give you targets up to like the 100, and then like, you know, there you take it to like your weekly and see if you get back above, like, yeah, your zones here. But for me, the weekly EMA 100 is an easy spot for PRGO, and as long as you're below it, makes no sense to invest on this. So I would just rather trade it. Good volatility it seems to have. Like even these mean reversion bounces are, you know, pretty big, 28%. 29%. You catch one of these on some nice leverage, it can be like life-changing money. And then you get confirmed. Like if you just trade like the 100 with like a meme line and then short it, wow, you really could make some money here. But now you're very far from it. So just plays into a very weak chart. I'd watch $24, $25 to be your big spot. Weekly EMA 100. As long as you're below that, you should not be thinking about investing. You much rather should just like take yourself out to dinner, go to the casino, get a free drink, actually enjoy your money. Because remember, if you're thinking about investing, since 2015, all investors are now red. So that's just not a good sign.
Phenomenal. Thank you, senor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All righty. For the next one second. Love the new chat. Love AGAs. Oracle for a trade.
Oh, perfect.
That'll be for you. Okay, I'll get to this one. Looking at others. PRGO. Here we go. Ok. Estamos viendo esto y quiero que quede algo súper claro. Esto es una farmacéutica. No tengo ni puta idea de qué sea. El market cap es menos de $2,000 millones, entonces es una pequeña. La cosa con esto es, quieres invertir a largo plazo, es probablemente porque estás viendo, y les voy a poner en la trimestral, esto. Tío, estos gráficos, cuando violas este tipo de de estructura, que es la de ahí, cuando literalmente rompes esto que antes fue lo que te sacó para arriba y te lo llevas pero de corbata y ahora estás acá, esto se va a ir a cero. Hay muchos de ustedes que, y entiendo el cómo puede pasar, que ven lo que estoy haciendo con Lucid, lo que hicimos con Rivian, lo que hacemos con diferentes empresas, que es compramos el fondo del fondo. Esas empresas las entiendo personalmente y estoy seguro que no se van a ir a la bancarrota. Ahora, ¿puedo que me equivoque? Sí. Esto, si yo solamente lo estoy viendo, jamás invertiría en ello. Jamás. ¿Por qué? Técnicamente hablando, y recuerden, este es un gráfico trimestral que tiene un setup de volatilidad a la baja, ¿no? Si lo pones ahí, puedes ver que, o sea, literalmente ha caído, estás en una tendencia con un cruce plateado en la de 3 meses desde abril del 2015. Lleva 11 años en bajada. ¿Qué va a sacar esta mamada que los va a hacer rebotar? ¿No? ¿Y por qué se va a acabar este setup de volatilidad y no va a marcar extremos como acá a la izquierda? Es la primera pregunta que te tengo que hacer. Estás haciendo bajos más bajos en toda la tabla, cruces plateados a la baja, estás por debajo del promedio del 100. Si te llevo la de 6 meses, te garantizo que se ve peor. Y no la he visto. Tienes un setup de volatilidad a la baja en la de 6 meses y a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja en la de 6 meses, tío. No te quiero dar un número para nada. Esto es algo que se va a ir a cero, en mi opinión. Si eres machín, tienes huevos y tú tienes la confianza en que esto no va a caer, puedes empezar aquí y poner otro nivel acá en los 6, ¿no? Dividir tu entrada en 11 o en donde está ahorita, poner la otra en los 6 y invalidarla aquí abajo en los 5. Pero tu promedio no va a ser bueno y vas a perderle lana. Porque si haces un nuevo, o sea, una tendencia baja de 11 años es algo brutal. Y una vez más, entiendo, nosotros venimos y les enseño gráficos como Oclo, ¿no? Que Oclo también hizo eso. Oclo traía, un segundo, no voy a poner esa porque si no, nunca vamos a llegar a ningún lado. Pero Oclo, por ejemplo, nosotros compramos acá. ¿Por qué? Tío, y esto suena muy difícil de entender. Oclo se estaba yendo a la verga, lleva desde el 2021 fuera, pero era un SPAC. Luego entró Sam Altman y ahí es donde metieron su empresa, ¿no? ¿Por qué compramos esto? Porque literal, y esto te lo digo completamente abierto, porque a la gente más culera del mundo que está más arriba le va mejor en Estados Unidos. Entonces, ¿voy a apostar a que Sam Altman le va a ir bien? Sí. Sí. ¿Ok? Pero no se confundan. Cuando estoy comprando Jack, esto es un chiste. Para mí, Jack in the Box puede quebrar, no tengo ni puta idea. ¿Ok? Este fue un chiste y creo que mucha gente no lo comprende, por eso ya dejé de hacer chistes. Ya no más. No más chistes del tío Salo. Qué cagado, compré una acción súper pendeja. Porque van y la compran y luego se emputan. ¿Por qué cayó? Otra acción que se va a ir a la mega verga, Nike. Lleva en tendencia bajista desde el 2021, está rompiendo todas las cosas que no debe, y eso me recuerda muchísimo a BlackBerry. Vean esta estructura. Vean la de BlackBerry. Díganme que esto no es Nike ahorita. Perdón, un segundo. Aquí. Cae, parece que va a subir, había roto todo esto y luego se llevó toda la verga, tío. Esta empresa valía 128 mil millones de dólares acá, ahora vale 2 aquí. No, personalmente, no, con conciencia te digo, esta mamá en la que quieres invertir, si tú crees en ella, porque aquí personalmente ni de mamada lo haría, te metes donde estás, va a ser un bajo más bajo, eso te lo garantizo, entonces te puedes esperar. Todavía más. Pero si tienes FOMO por alguna razón, te metes donde estás, te metes en la parte más baja de la tabla en esta trimestral, ¿no? Que es lo que habíamos enseñado acá, que son números de 1999 en los $6. Y una vez que te lleves esto, pues vas a hacer el nuevo mínimo del mínimo del mínimo del mínimo y se va a ir a cero este pedo. O se va a quedar como BlackBerry aquí. Porque eso es algo, Nike no se va a ir a la bancarrota. Nike simplemente va a valer nada por el resto de su puta vida. Lo mismo que una vez más. No, esto es BlackBerry. Cualquier persona que haya comprado hasta acá, básicamente hasta acá, hasta enero del 2024, ha estado en números negativos. Y desde entonces todavía sigue bajando. Y a lo que voy con esto es, güey, esta caída viene del 2011. 2011. Y tú te imaginarías, ya compré el fondo, ya compré el fondo, ya compré el fondo, ya compré el fondo, ya compré el fondo. Y luego no te vas a salir. Porque cuando suben este tipo de empresas a esto, no, y una vez más, Nike es lo mismo. Cuando ves esto, ya que tienes un cruce plateo en la trimestral, es como la sentencia de muerte, tío. Y en la de 6 meses te garantizo que también tiene uno. No, todavía ni siquiera popula el 55, aquí está. O sea, está muerta. No está en bancarrota, pero está muerta. Por eso no. Cuando yo estoy buscando fondos, es porque estoy metiéndome en algo que tiene futuro. No sé si tu empresa tenga futuro o no. Mr. Farhano, we're ready for your bullshit.
Alrighty, me with my bullshit. Let me get a little subski in.
And just in case you don't remember what it is, AGH.
I pulled it up this time beforehand.
It sounds like AGH sounds like a type of testosterone treatment, doesn't it?
AGH.
Get some
now
AGH.
with only once a week injections.
Less pain on your medication. AGH. Make your balls shrink.
Your balls will will still shrink, but not as much as the other guys.
AGH. Little balls. Get it?
Asterisk, little, not as little. I got a little confused.
And it's for a trade. I believe it's for a trade. 1 second. Triple check. No, for a trade.
So I would assume that would be like the lower time frames, like daily and lower.
I would say weekly, daily, lower, right? Those are, because I think it's important to see the weekly. If you don't think so, by the way, that's just the way that I do things, and I'm a retard, so you know best.
It makes sense. Makes sense.
Learning
To
from
start with
you.
the weekly.
Excellent.
He's probably not trading the 5-minute chart. So, well, at least I'd hope not. So on the weekly, we got momentum still flipped down, and Jules still playing out a sell signal, and kind of looks like the weekly bearish retest is kind of in right now. You came up to retest the 5 EMA, and you rejected that pretty heavily, and the weekly has flipped red. You close in about 2 days, and if you do close like this, I'm leaning more bearish on the medium terms and lower. And then let's get lower down, and we can see how the lower time frames are looking. But right now, with the loss of the 38.2%, your target would be going towards the 78.6, which is at about $2.86. I hope our friend is shorting this. 5 days currently also flipped down with volatility expanding, entering into the bearish control zone. The Jules making this continuing on the sell signal here, and it's about to enter into the bearish control zone. And let's see what else there is here. And you're making a lower low on momentum, or you're making a lower low on price. This is on a closing basis, $4.33. So you are making a lower low, and you're making a lower low on momentum. So there's no possibility of bullish divergence. Let's see if there's any other divergences here. No. 2 days still is currently flipped up above the moving average, but it is starting to tick down from the edge of the bearish control zone, and this goes along with price getting a rejection from the 38.2%. And you have a fresh silver cross to the downside here, with price getting a nice rejection from the 9 EMA. It is looking more bearish even in the lower time frames, and the loss of this 38.2% and the silver cross would give you a move down to the 78.6, which is currently at around $2.75, closer to that 280 number we just saw. And what else is there? And you're also putting in hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out these previous highs and momentum. Will price put in lower highs. That will confirm with any close below $3.01, and that'll take you down to around 275 to 247. And the jewel is currently losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral, but kind of looks like that is played out. Daily is also, we just did that. 2 minutes with 5 day. Zoom in here. Yeah, this would so we have on the daily that rejection of that 38.2%, likely bringing us towards 78.6, which is also slightly above the 280s number. This is around 290s. 12-hour also basically looks the same as the daily. The 4 hours now flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone. Let's see, this is what this move is. This is, did we make a lower high and also lower high? So there's no divergence here with 4 hours still giving you a buy signal here on the jewel, but this does look like it's going to lose the curvature soon. And the pink is now crossing below the 21 freshly. And you're getting a deviation of that 38.2%. Like you're going to bring it down towards this bottom 38.2% at around $3.10 for a little bounce. That bounce likely fails, and that's going to break you down towards sub threes. Let's check RSI. Weekly's got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $4.88. And your next target is going to be, let's see, simple moving average at $3. And then the bearish control zone, which is gonna update, but it's currently at 176. So I guess your most relevant target from there is $3. 5 days also got bearish divergence. Your more relevant target from there is around 291. Right along that 280s to 290 zone. 2 days got hidden bullish divergence. Your target that'll be active as long as you're closing over 327, which you are very close to invalidating. And once that doesn't get invalidated, you'll have a target. Oh, actually, the critical zone says it's impossible, so we won't tell you. Daily's about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, supporting the idea of that more immediate bearishness. And this is going to confirm with any close below $3.47, and that will give you a move down to the simple moving average, which is currently at about 282. 12 hours also putting in a drive of hidden bearish divergence. That'll give you a move to about 283, very close to that previous number. 8 hours also putting in hidden bearish divergence. You got it across the board, and that gives you a move to 283. Oh, 6 hours also putting in hidden bearish divergence, 3 drives. And that'll give you a move to about 280s, 282, 283. 4 hour also has hidden bearish divergence. Every single time frame's got it. Wonderful. That'll give you a move to about, what number do you get there? It's likely going to update several times. It's currently at 170, but it's going to probably be somewhere around that 280s, considering every other time frame lines up with that. All right, so to run this down from the weekly, this is kind of looking like your next lower high is in at that weekly 5 EMA, and as you go down, it does from the time frames, it does support that idea, and you're putting in on you're still playing out the bearish divergences that you still have that you've been had, and you have a hidden bullish divergence as you go down, but it is like right on the edge of being invalidated. You're right at the price where you need to close below to invalidate that divergence. Plus, you have a silver cross to the downside, fresh silver cross to the downside, and that that bullish divergence really just got you move into the 9, which is giving you a rejection now from that silver cross. And as you go lower and lower, you're putting in hidden bearish divergences basically across the board. And these give you a move down to somewhere around $3 for a little bounce, and then down to somewhere around 280s. And then we have to see the reaction in that zone. Based off of what we've seen so far, it kind of just does look terrible. And I do think it's going to end up trending to the downside. We have to see the reaction. There is a possibility that somewhere around 280s, you can put in a nice local bottom, higher time frame bullish divergence, and then you can send it to new, so all-time highs. Who knows? We have to see. We can't make any predictions of what it will do at $2.80. And then the invalidation will be basically getting a weekly close back over $4.30, and then you could go back to somewhere around like $5 or $6, somewhere around $6, but we have to see. Yeah, not really much on this. It's kind of just going to go down.
Very nice. Now we'll do Oracle for a trade. And actually, it's good we're looking at Oracle because we're actually getting a nice trade. And I actually did just post a trade freshly about 10 minutes ago on ETA. So if you're on the Academy, you can go to the trading signals and trade this with me. But really where we're at now is a big spot for me. You can see in November 2025, we capitulated off of the daily EMA 100 getting lost. It's interesting to see that Bitcoin's lined up along with Oracle. Risky stuff is looking the same, and it's looking very weak. To me, as long as you're under the daily EMA 100, you have to be very cautious of this breaking down at this current point. You have a very easy gap that could get filled. Daily EMA 9 sitting at 152. And if you start losing the daily EMA 9, you've lost the cluster of moving averages here. You are confirming a major sell trigger back down to around 130s to 127. Now, I am looking at this trade to essentially start dumping today. You don't want to be looking at really the daily EMA 100 to get reclaimed. Today could be setting up for maybe a top candle right off of major resistance, leading to follow through into tomorrow or the next day. The fact that there is a gap to the downside makes it, to me, a little more likely. Doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be filled, but the fact that we're on daily major resistance and there's a gap very near the cluster of moving averages makes it more in favor of bears. You do see HBDR is saying you're at the 95% zone here. So along with everything I mentioned, you're also at the 95% region, meaning continuation is very unlikely at this point. Betting on a 5% chance of continuation. Now you are breaking above the weekly EMA 9, which has been the last major rejection spot, but just like the daily, you've hit major resistance. You're under the weekly 21, and just like we've been viewing the weekly 9 here to be the big rejection spot, the weekly 21 is the second zone here in the silver cross. You do see that we did silver cross. We've been continued to move down. Now we've officially hit the weekly 21 for the first time since we've silver crossed. You do see you are still under the weekly EMA 100, very similar to the daily. We are pressing major resistance. 174 to 170 seems like a major short zone. Okay, slight breakout on HBDR, but unconfirmed. It's still 2 days left to go. If, like I mentioned on the daily, we start breaking down, this will lead to a bad weekly candle closure and perhaps trap bulls. Okay, so yeah, monthly still at resistance. And you do see for the first time since the loss of January, you are testing the monthly 21 here. You've already retested the 9. This led you down 15% on closing basis and then another 11%. Now for the first time, we're testing the 21, and that is at 176. So even if you go up a little higher from here, it seems like the monthly 21 is going to be the place that's going to stop price from going up higher. So if you're looking for a trade, Oracle is giving you all the signals to short, in my opinion. And you even have confirmation on a higher time frame, like a bi-monthly. What was holding major support should, in fact, start rejecting us. You do see the last bi-monthly loss, the 9, did majorly break us up. We came down, we tried to retest it. It couldn't expand. We couldn't hold the retest. Now you're rallying back up to it. Any move to this monthly, bi-monthly EMA 9 needs to be looked at as resistance. Confluence of a major move down simply because bears want to stay under the 21. You lost the 21 in January. You want to see this continue to stay under, which means that really price needs to reject this region and actually start selling off. Ideally, in the next 15 days, you see Oracle trading under $153. Yeah, wow, the spot, this 170s region just seems really like a big zone for Oracle. And even here, 2 days should at minimum test the 2-day 9, in my opinion, which is at 153. So if you're longing here, even statistically have a very low chance, low probability continuation here. You should be looking for some kind of consolidation, if not move down. That move down should easily gap fill that zone here at 155 and possibly test the cluster moving averages around 151 to 153. Now at current market price, that still means we have about a 7.8% move down, just gap filling. Now, and that's an easy trade, in my opinion, because if you have a very easy objective on where you're wrong, then the invalidation is very easy. As long as you're under the daily EMI 100, you are more likely to break down towards 150 at minimum. Now, the ETA short TPs around this zone, I am looking at this as just the last final major move up along with Bitcoin before we bigly make the next leg down. And that should start at minimum taking us back to around 130s to 127. If you get any kind of daily closures under 127, that leads to that weekly losing that zone. That's going to be your first big sign that you're closing under these lows and you are signaling a breakdown towards $80. And I do believe Oracle can really aggressively go down to $80 pretty fast, actually, just like it went up. So we want to be watching that zone very carefully. At resistance here and pressing the extremity around 176 means an easy short is brewing. It's exactly what I saw for ETA, and that's kind of what I posted with that same idea. Really, as long as you're under the daily EMI 100, you should be looking for shorts here. That's just an easy, in my opinion, easy perspective on why you probably shouldn't be bullish here. So it's very similar to Bitcoin, honestly.
I'd say for your own sake, I'm going to put it right now on, but Tesla is also like, they're all getting to that point. Look at Tesla.
Yeah, I was looking at Tesla right now. Even despite this major move up, it hasn't changed really anything.
Like, you see, this is the breakdown zone. Literally, support for the 2025 tariffs. Again, support right here on February. Support, breakdown. Boom, boom.
And you have that daily EMI 100 right there at 399 approaching.
You have it, and also on the weekly, you have the 34.
Psychological,
by the way,
number of 400 right there as well. So it's like, yeah, Tesla's putting in a very impressive move. I'm seeing on CR the biggest bounce in months, but
yeah. But that's what I'm saying. And now, just looking at all of these against these incredibly interesting support or resistant places makes me think that this might not last too long. No, because then why would Oracle take a shit? And like the whole thing right now is everyone believes that we're going to all-time highs on everything. Like it went from one day to the next, from we're doomed in it's 1929 because Trump posted that video, to we're going back to all-time highs because people definitely know what they're doing. So,
well, yeah, yes, one hitting 7,000 doesn't help. It's the perfect trap,
right?
Yes, just like barely making that high, which could go up higher for sure. But like, I mean, risk Oracle, Bitcoin, alts, Solana even is saying I'd be cautious over here. So yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it's kind of like what you were saying before, like if you only focus on just like the big seven or even just the indices, it's like it's good, but all the other stuff is looking concerning.
Yeah, it's all doing this bullshit.
Yeah. So interesting to see that even ES1 at 7,024, just like a V bottom. But it could make for the perfect trap, just testing that major resistance at 7,020.
Even Rivian with the EMA 100 on the weekly. Rejected.
Oil's
Along with the
at weekly
$16
9.
area. Huh?
Oil's still at support. Just solidified essentially a range still on oil, like 90. It's like 87, 85 support, like 112 resistance.
Weekly 9 is holding.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
So a little tricky, honestly, especially with ES1, like right here. Still, though, everything to me is just screaming, we're just going to dump tonight. I hope not. Hopefully, we actually kind of break out of here, but I am tired of this range, and it would be beautiful to actually start seeing Bitcoin break under 65K.
I didn't realize that ES1 was literally right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. I think we're done.
Very trappy to me. Yeah.
Because now everyone is looking. Remember when we got trapped on, well, I got really lucky on the 98 one, but everybody was waiting for 100. And every time Bitcoin went back down, everyone was like, all right, we're going long because it's going to 100, and he just fucking dumped. It's almost like that vibe because it already took the last high. It's coming down. I don't know. I would start thinking that, and really just let me look at Coinbase actually.
I was looking at coin too. Maybe weekly lower high, just kind of a no man's land.
Oh, you're right here at 195.
Yeah.
195 was the zone for me. Let me look at the daily.
I see your chart's nicer, honestly.
Oh, daily 55 rejected. A little high. But it is giving you today, if it closes high, it's giving you a little volatility setup towards the upside.
Well, if you were short in, what was that, April 8th, you thought maybe you caught a local top and you're breaking down, you're out now. And now you've hit the objective, you were front running. And now ES1's breaking that high, Bitcoin's still under resistance. It's like, I don't know. You really just need to see a major move out of here going to a good weekly close. Because it's Wednesday. So yeah, you just need 2 days. You just need to really see bulls push up.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. I'll finish these that we're doing super fast. Just 1 second. I'll go to Oracle first just because you did it, and then I'll jump into Farhand. Or CL. 1 second. There it is. Voy rápido a Oracle. Ahorita me echo para atrás a la otra, ¿ok? En putiza. Lo que estamos viendo ahorita todos es justamente eso. Volatilidad a la alza, pero tíos, estamos llegando a puntos de resistencia importantes. Les dejé un trade de Tesla en Discord, porque ahorita todo el mundo anda de, no, es que Tesla acaba de dar el mejor salto de todos. El pompazo más fuerte que ha dado de no sé cuándo. Y para mí, esto es una mega trampa. Todo está en contra de resistencia. El SP500 ya llegó a sus máximos una vez más. Ahorita voy a regresar a esto. ¿Ya hizo máximos o no? Todavía no, pero le falta nada. O sea, estás ahí. ¿Lo tiene que hacer? No, pero obviamente la jugada normalmente que es llévate los máximos que estás ahí. Una vez que te los lleves, puedes rechazar. Y esto, damas y caballeros, hace cambiar un poco mi punto de vista en esto. Cuando vamos a Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Lo que está haciendo es baiteando longs. Y este fue en serio el rechazo. Hizo el pequeño alto más alto por nada y todos nos estamos saliendo creyendo. Una vez más, cuando llegamos aquí a los 98, todo el mundo se la comió porque estaban esperando los 100 o los 102. Entonces, cada que bajaba y bajaba poquito, estas velas chicas al día siguiente, no hubo como un dump grande. Básicamente hizo que todo el mundo se esperara y se subiera en long, y nada más no. Y cuando volteo y estoy viendo, ponte tú, Bitcoin ante esto, volteo y estoy viendo a el SP500, ya lo vieron, con el doble techo en el pecho, que de nuevo esto fue dicho aquí, ¿se acuerdan del chiste? Espero que sí. Tesla haciendo este retesteo de la zona de breakdown. Esta es la zona de los aranceles, tíos. Justamente donde está ahorita. Tiene soporte, rompes, rechazo a la verga. O sea, Tesla también te lo está dando. Quiero que vean, también Rivian te lo está dando. tienes el rechazo de justamente los 16, y si lo pongo, Rivian en la semanal está a punto de rechazar el promedio del 100 justamente acá en los 16. Y una vez más, volteo a ver Coinbase. ¿Quieren Coinbase? El trade en Coinbase está aquí, en los 195 si es que se los da. Pero Bitcoin tendría que volver a subir. Y el pedo, me estaba preguntando hoy, ¿cómo vergas está subiendo Coinbase, pero Circle no? Circle ya te rechazó, el trade estaba justamente aquí, en los 109. Es el promedio del 34 semanal, tío. Que acá hiciste un SFP. Y piénsenlo, ¿cuánta gente en este momento está esperando a que todo continúe subiendo? Strategy. Perdón, ahorita regreso a esto. Creo que esto es más importante para todos. Strategy parecía que iba a tener el breakout de esta zona, pero más parece que no. Lo voy a poner en la diaria para ver. Strategy te está rechazando el promedio del 55, tío. Otra cosa a lo que digo es, el peso contra el dólar, estás en la parte de acá, donde ya no puedes bajar más. Esto y el petróleo han sido para mí los gauges de qué tanto riesgo hay para que suba o baje el mercado. Recuerden, si este número baja, el dólar pierde contra el peso, el mercado es alcista. Si esto empieza a subir, el mercado es bajista. Y ahora vean dónde estás. En el 97% fue lo que te rechazó. Petróleo, en la diaria ya estás en el 97%. Me voy a salir de mi long de Bitcoin. En Capos long, right?
Oh, yeah. Big
Oh, I'm getting out of my long. All righty. It was good while it lasted. 1 second. That was fun. I'll take my $20 that I'm making, basically. Out. All right.
Yeah, he's big time long.
Yeah, no. They're doing exactly the same thing as last time. When you flip everyone bullish, waiting for higher targets, S&P does the double top. And that's something that we've been saying here in Spanish. I've been calling it doble techo en el pecho, double top on your tots or whatever. It doesn't rhyme in English, all right? I need to find the word. But it kind of seems that that's the case, especially when you see oil, where oil is. You saw where the peso was on the daily. Yeah. Look at this. And it's right above the median, about to bounce on the weekly. But on the daily, you're at 95%. It seems like this is this is done.
Just like a massive trap, it seems like.
Yeah.
It just, to me, is screaming it's gonna dump. And that's why I posted 3-4 trades, all shorts, right before I did Oracle. Because it just really is, even with Oracle, right at the same spot, I'm like, wow. And then randomly ES1 just breaking that high, it's just like, oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, for sure. This is fucking bullshit. I mean, look at Oracle.
At minimum, it could gap fill.
Dude, you're at 97%, rejecting up the 100. It didn't even touch the 100, which means not a lot of people could get short right here. Same on the weekly. You got the 21. You're above the 61.8%, trying to get into the 78.6. I think this is cooked.
That's your first silver cross retest of the 21 on the weekly. So, yeah.
Wow. Fuck. Thanks. Oh, my God. Thank God for CR and all those Tesla posts. That's what made me look. God bless them. See, retards could be helpful too. They just don't know they are, but they can be helpful.
Oh, yeah. Very helpful as long as you don't join them to their death.
Yeah. fucking amazing. Dude, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'll finish this. Oracle, estábamos diciéndolo, ¿no? Básicamente, lo que estamos viendo es que todo parece que está rechazando, todo parece ser ya el movimiento fuerte a la alza y estamos en el rechazo y nos van a dejar esperando como pendejos a niveles más altos. Acabo de enseñarles absolutamente todas las tablas. Y si le preguntan a su Paco favorito, güey, recuerden, ¿qué fue predicho antes? El SP500 va a ser un doble techo en el pecho. ¿Qué vergas es esto? Y ahí tienes justo la media. Lo único que tiene que hacer semanal, y esto es la semanal, semanalmente bajar 22 puntos y con eso estás en 70-11 y sería un rechazo y vámonos para abajo de vuelta. Solamente piensen en esto. Todo el mundo está esperando precios más altos y nuevos altos históricos, ¿sí o no? Si tu respuesta es sí con lo que estás leyendo en línea y lo sientes en tu corazón, tío, yo acabo de cerrar mi long en Bitcoin. Ni de pedo. Ni de pedo. O sea, no. Perdón, sigo regresando a ello. Lo siento. Pero creo que pueden entender el por qué, ¿no? Cuando cachas la trampa y que te están viendo la cara de pendejo, pues, tío, tienes que hacer algo. Y es lo que personalmente Alex también lo piensa en lo que estamos. Y además Capo está en long. Entonces, lo siento, no puedo. Oracle, simplemente en la semanal, tío, tu zona de rechazo estaba aquí, en los 171. El promedio del 21, que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, lo único que estás haciendo es retesteándolo. Desde que cruzó plateado no lo había retesteado. Y estás ya en la parte alta del canal. Entonces, ¿qué esperarías? Te puedes meter aquí e invalidarlo con este alto, te puedes esperar, esperarías tal vez que mañana te dé un impulso más, tal vez hasta los 176. Yo jugaría, para no jugarle al verga, pondría como, lo que yo haría en este momento es pondría cortos, pero en niveles más arriba donde no creo que vayan a llegar. Y si alguno de ellos me lo da, qué chingón. Pero, ¿y a qué me refiero con eso? Estás viendo acá, el promedio del 100 es esta línea roja que viene acá en Oracle. Tienes 176. También tienes tu promedio del 21 semanal. Recuerda, movimientos semanales son los mejores, son los que estás buscando porque son los que literalmente te llevan a todos, lo que literalmente te dan los mejores movimientos. Más rápidos, con más fuerza y aparte más porcentaje. Sí, no tienes un setup de volatilidad acá que te esté apoyando el movimiento a la alza. Lo que tienes en realidad es un movimiento a la baja de volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que es una contracción. Entonces, Oracle lo tienes acá, tío. Puedes escoger 171, 176 o quieres mamarte un trade de rico, 185. Invalidaciones. Oracle ya pasó este máximo y es justo la trampa, ¿no? Como la del SP500 haciendo un doble techo en el pecho. Todo el mundo va a esperar altos mucho más altos. Este es un trade de alto riesgo, pero con alto reward. Entonces tienen que saber que tienes el peligro de que esto simplemente vaya a eliminar a todo el mundo que se está subiendo acá en corto, pero no sé cuánta gente se esté subiendo en corto en este momento. Viéndolos a todos tus pacos favoritos. Es alcista porque me hicieron cambiar de opinión. Y otra cosa que me hace pensar eso. Dólar contra el peso en la semanal, tíos. Mámense esto. La media está aquí abajo, en los 17.23. Siempre y cuando estés por acá, para arriba, esto es alcista, estando por encima de la media. Y ahora, mámense esto, ¿va a bajar más? En la diaria ya tocaste el 97.5%. Cuando esto sube, cuando el dólar sube contra el peso, es bajista para el mercado. Cuando el peso le gana al dólar, es alcista para el mercado. Estás en el límite. Los voy a llevar al petróleo, que también el petróleo y el peso son mis gauges, ¿ok? Es lo que yo estoy midiendo. Estás en el 97%, la zona media está aquí arriba y la parte alta está acá arriba. Estás literalmente en el promedio del 34 acá. Yo creo que todo el mundo está esperando mi desplome del petróleo por acá y esto parece ser que podría aguantar, aunque lo mínimo que podría esperar es que regreses al 95% en los 98. ¿Por qué? Porque ahí tienes la zona de breakdown de esto. Se puede dar la vuelta muy fácil, pero si lo ves en la semanal, te da un poco más de claridad el petróleo en la semanal. Tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente aquí abajo y habías llegado a un extremo. Entonces, chopear aquí de lado no es tan bajista como te imaginarías. estás por encima del promedio del 9 semanal, estás aguantando y si tienes una vela de indecisión, como esta vela de indecisión, como esta vela de indecisión, el petróleo, o sea, están jugando con todos ustedes. Voy a ir al otro trade que habíamos hecho, el de Age. Un segundo. Aquí está bien fácil. Voy a quitar el HPDR, que hay muy pocos datos en esta mamada. Esto no funciona en esto. Ok. Alto, bajo. Alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Esto, una vela completamente de tope. Nuevo bajo. Tío, vas para abajo. Lo único que, y ahora sí que el único que te quedaría es el rechazo del 34 en la semanal para aprovechar, pero ya te lo dio. ¿Y qué puede invalidar esta tendencia bajista? Básicamente reventar esto. ¿Quieres hacer un trade? Tu trade de corto está acá. No te quieres meter en un long en esta mamada que va para abajo. Y tú, una vez más, tu invalidación es simplemente el 434. Estamos equivocados y esto va a subir porque este es un bajo más alto. Y lo que harías sería simplemente conectar esto. El 2025 con esto. Y ahorita vas a ver que esto se va a perder. Y cuando lo pierdas, no te preocupes, vas a venir a retestear la caída. Cuando retestes la zona de caída en la semanal es donde quieres entrar. ¿Ok? Como básicamente en Tesla lo que está ocurriendo ahorita. En lo que todo el mundo está celebrando y pensando que ya se fueron al cielo y la verga, Tesla está rechazando la zona de breakdown, tíos. Estos son literalmente niveles técnicos pendejos. Y también Tesla había tenido setup de volatilidad expandiendo a la alza y este movimiento agresivo de esta vela verde es un movimiento agresivo en volatilidad a la baja, lo que sugiere una corrección. Nel, papi, gracias por cerrar eso. Gracias. Ni de pedo. Ok, vamos a lo que sigue. Un segundo. Podemos analizar MU para un trade. MU for a trade, Mr. Farjano, por favor. I don't know what the fuck is MU.
MU.
Micron technology, so microchips, probably all-time highs.
I got Micron Technologies also.
I know, I was born with it too. People are like, why are we paying a membership for this? For the comedy. This is a comedy club, a bad comedy club.
My least favorite comedian is myself.
Exactly. That's a good one. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right. This is for a trade.
All right, so I'm assuming lower time frame, so I'll go to the weekly. And we'll start with that on the weekly. So we have gotten the move to the 38.2% now. We are getting a slight rejection from that 38.2%. And momentum is currently flipped up. It's getting right to that 20 area where you can start considering momentum to be positive. But if you know, we are making a higher high on a closing basis than all of these other previous highs, whereas momentum is making a lower high, giving you possibility of bearish divergence here. This is going to be a little difficult currently to confirm it. You will have to close below this wick low, which is at $311. But as you go on, it's going to be easier and easier to confirm it eventually, as you are making a closing higher highs and momentum is still making a lower high. The invalidation is if momentum starts to make a higher high, but up until then, you still will have that possibility. And the other confirmation will be getting a close over this 38.2% at about $465, and then you should see it move into somewhere around the 78.6, which would be a nice new all-time high, right around $545. That would be momentum making it back into the bullish control zone and then taking out that possibility of bearish divergence. And here on the jewel, you are starting to lose the sell signal, flipping into a neutral right at the edge of the bullish control zone. Likely is going to flip into a buy signal on this next open, making it likely that you're probably going to make another attempt for this 38.2%, and at that point, probably break it. Your validation on that is getting a close below the median. It's at 422. That happens, and this is likely going to come down to somewhere around sub $400 at 380s. But as of now, I'm not thinking that's going to happen. 5 days also flipped up, getting towards a positive territory with volatility now approaching extreme lows, and the 5 days also loosened the sell signal, 5-day is currently getting a rejection also from 38.2%. It likely is going to get a little move down and tap the median somewhere around 420, some 423. That should, but assuming that does hold, you should see another attempt upwards. 2-day is currently getting a rejection from 95%. The HPD ranges have stepped down a little here with the momentum pointed upwards and getting a little close to getting topped out, with volatility also pointed up but getting a little extreme. Comes along with that rejection from 95%. Probably is going to get a little bit of a move down and tag somewhere around this 5 to 9 EMA around that 420 zone. Nice number. Oh, and the real 420 is very soon. It's like in 5 days. What day would that be? I think it's Monday or Tuesday. Something like that.
Of what? I'm sorry?
420? Is it Monday or Tuesday?
Right now? Oh,
Like
it's 15. Hang
April
on.
20th?
I'll tell you right now. Just continue. I'll be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Monday.
Nice, Monday. I'll be in Houston for 420. Houston,
Good for you.
On 2-day, we were also getting a rejection of that 95% with volatility and momentum getting pretty close to getting topped out. And I'd be looking for that move towards that same 420 zone. Daily starting to flip down on momentum with volatility contracting. Then you're likely going to find a higher low with a rejection from that, or a tap of the 97.5% and a rejection of the 95%. Likely bring you down to the same 420 zone. And 4 hours also flipping down. Volatility is contracting, and you're losing the buy signal in the critical zone. Likely is going to bring you down to somewhere around this 38.2% at a minimum, but probably closer to the median, which is at like 420, 422. Let's look at that price today. You're only missing the U, and you'd have yeah, I said you're only missing the C, and then you have MCU.
God damn it.
Sorry, I'm a child. So on the weekly, you have active hidden bullish divergence, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $357. And your easy target off of that bullish divergence is going to be the simple moving average as it continues to move down. Right now, it's currently at around $638, but it will move down with every close. 5 days also got the hidden bullish divergence, multiple drives. This will be active as long as you're closing over $321.80. And your next move off of that divergence is the simple moving average, which is currently at 636, very close to the previous number. 3 days also got multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over the same number, I believe. Yeah, 321.80. And your next target is going to be the simple moving average at 461, very close. And then the bullish control zone is at 518. Looks like you busted up against the zone one time, rejected, second time, rejected, third time, rejected. Whenever you get clear from this like upper 400 zone, 470, it's likely going to get some nice busting action towards somewhere in the mid 500s, I'm thinking. Electronic technologies, semiconductors. So it makes sense why it's going up. 2-day local bottom, targeting the bearish bullish control zone at 460. Anything to do with AI is just going up. Like that shoe company that pivoted to AI. They used to make shoes. Now they're selling all of their shoe equipment and their shoes and their inventory, and they're going to buy a bunch of GPUs, and their stock is up like 10x today.
One day. Fucking incredible.
The company put out a message or whatever saying that they're going to sell all their shoes and sell all their shoe machines and put the $50 million into GPUs. And the stock did a 10x in a couple of hours. They were about to go out of business until they made that pivot.
It's incredible. Fucking amazing what these companies can do.
For our local top here, we'll give you a move down to somewhere around 418, 420. Lines right up to that 420 zone. You got a silver cross here as well. That would be a retest of the cross itself. Let's go to momentum. That's what Carvana should do. They should turn all those useless car elevators into data centers. The
Carvana?
stock would go up. Yeah, the stock would go up even more. Weekly is also the same idea, consolidating right below this resistance point with momentum now freshly flipped back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $439. Plus, you're putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out all these previous lows, while momentum is making a lower low and price is making a higher low. Volatility is very close to the last point that it started expanding from to the last 2 times. 5 days also freshly flipped back up within the bullish control zone. Going to remain up as long as you're closing over 450. 2 days also flipped up as long as you're closing over 350. Daily is also flipped up as long as you're closing over 400. And 4 hours currently freshly flipped down, supporting the idea of a short-term pullback to around 420, and it is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 458. Go back up. So on the high time frames, this is looking quite bullish. You got some busting action and new all-time highs, and on the lower time frames, you are consolidating right around resistance, kind of looking like you're about to get some more busting action pretty soon. On the high time frames, momentum is flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $198, very close to that $200 number, which is less than half of what price action is currently. And on the very, very low time frames, momentum is starting to flip down, freshly flipping down, but I don't think that's going to really take you very low at all, only really to like somewhere between 415 and 420-ish zone, somewhere in that area. I do think it's going to hold in that area, and then you get your next busting action to a new all-time high somewhere around. If you look at the RSI, the HPDR, it gives you targets somewhere around $470 to $515 to $530-ish. Fuck, somebody's calling me. Let me ignore that. There we go. And we have to watch the reaction around that zone, see if we're going to get a continuation or if we're just going to get a rejection or not. But right now, I do think from low time frames, you get a little bit of a move down, and then that'll take you up into new all-time highs with some nice hidden bullish divergence. And then we'll see if that next leg gives us any bearish divergence on the high time frames. And if it does, then I'll be comfortable calling that your major top. And your invalidation will be, let's see, getting a weekly close below $311. That'll do it. And then you're probably going to be sweeping this low here and going towards somewhere around like maybe $200, somewhere sub $200. We have to see at that point.
Very nice. Alex, would you mind just closing with Circle?
Sure.
Thank you. And I'll do MU afterwards.
There we are. Let's go to the weekly. Sweet. So we were looking at a breakdown last week, essentially losing that $92.56. As long as you stand there, you're more likely to break down towards $65 region. You do see you had a short squeeze up. You've put in the bearish retest of the weekly EMA 34, which, mind you, is the first retest since you've closed below it. And now you're really looking for just simply bears to take control here and really ideally close you back under that $97 region before 2 days and 3 hours, essentially the weekly candle closure. Now, you can see that you are just simply retesting the zone. Doesn't necessarily mean you're just so back. Yeah, you didn't break down. But you just got a short squeeze. So you have to look at this as just playing right in the bear's hands, taking out aggressive shorts. But now what you have is, well, just a retest of major resistance. Mind you, this spot here, this high that we made at 110 was the last spot really that we're at. before you went all the way back down to $81. So as long as you're under that 109, $109 region, essentially you are very bearish here. Now, what lines up really nicely with that 109 region is that monthly 9. And again, very hard to be bullish as long as you're under a monthly 9. You can even throw on the 5 here. You can see that you are between the 5 and the 9. You got last month above the 5. You're getting expansion. But as long as you stay back under the 9 going into May, you're going to be more likely to retest the 5. That is at $96.86. Nothing on that. So yeah, to me, I mean, the big spot if you're bullish is just get back above $122. The issue is, like I mentioned on the weekly, you're just right under major resistance. So I think $123 is a big spot. You should be using this kind of price action to really, I mean, dictate if you're going to go actually up to that 160s, 159s. You can see we're holding it, going up, holding it, moving up before breaking down. So what we can say is 123 is a big spot. You've rallied right up to resistance. Yes, you haven't broken down yet, but you also haven't closed the weekly yet. So you want to be watching where this weekly is actually going to close. You are pressing the extreme reads on volatility. You are hitting here the weekly EMA 34, especially after losing it. And so this is still in a bearish setup, even despite having a 10%, 19% green dildo before closing. I'd watch for a rejection here. And if you start seeing it get back under $96, it's going to be your first big sign that this was a massive bull trap. We've short squeezed, and now Oracle is good to go down towards that $65 mark. I am still looking at $65.
Circle, sir.
Oh, yeah, sorry, not Oracle. Circle being $65 being the next objective zone for Circle. Really, as long as you're staying under this wick high here. And that's why, for me, if you are trying to long up, just use 123 as your spot. Get back above there. We really can start looking for a setup to firstly take this wick high out. Once you take that wick high, you are going to make a big move up on Circle to around 159 to 160. But to me, it still is very bearish for Circle. So we want to be watching that very carefully. It hasn't really changed. And all this move has done really is just tested the weekly EMA 34. Now, you see the daily on the lower time frame hasn't really tested the 9 since reclaiming. And you even have a little gap here. So more reasons on why this 108 region should reject. You should get the gap fill. And then you'll have to see if you're actually going to really defend this region and close above it, specifically that $97 zone. So that's all I have on Circle, really. Big zone, rallied up to resistance. 108 is resistance until proven otherwise. As long as you're under 123, you should at minimum make a move back down to the $97.
Yeah, to me, we're cooked. Because this is it was a big support area right here. And even when it launched, it had trouble breaking that up. Then it did a liquidity grab, fucking exploded to the upside. And now your rejection was right here at this level of the 130 something. And now you're encountering, because you did an SFP of the 34 on the weekly. And now you're encountering the 34 alongside with this area. Nah, dude.
Yeah,
Fuck
exactly.
that.
And so there's 2 days left to go, but you should be waiting for the close because bears can easily reject this down. Easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else you boys like to add before we go? I mean, just looking at at what's going on.
For me on Bitcoin, I guess that same 76,000 area was resistance, which was the thing stopping you from going towards somewhere around 81, 82,000, and the 2 week, which is just freshly back up, also takes you up to that point. You also have that CME gap, also have CME weekly bullish divergence, 5 days still has bullish divergence, and basically is that move down first from somewhere around 73s, maybe high 72s, And as long as 73,000 is still holding on, I'd say, a daily closing basis, I'd still be looking for that move upwards.
Yeah, same with me, really. Just watch 72,800, basically 73K. And really, as long as you're under 76,000 on any daily candle closure, you really have to be cautious of this zone rejecting. And yeah, watch the trading alerts. I am posting more trades today.
Sounds good. And sounds like fun. Thank you, boys. Much appreciated.
Thank you, boys. And I'll see you tomorrow for class.
You got it. See you mañana.
Sweet.
Muchas gracias. See you fellas mañana. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones. Coach Loco signing out.
Hasta luego, cabrón.
Adios.
Adiós. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Creo que estamos ante un punto bastante importante en todo este pedo. Ese doble techo del SP no me gusta nada, es justamente lo que había dicho. Farhan está esperando cualquier cierre y también Alex, debajo de 72,900 en Bitcoin, tal vez salirte. Yo vendo mi long, estoy fuera. Y viendo todas las tablas, habíamos hecho el video, güey, tenemos que aprovechar la oportunidad, ¿no? Aquí tienes que tomar una decisión fuerte. Hay varias cosas en las que estamos metidos, en las que debes de estar muy bien parado y haciendo dinero. Y aquí yo mismo me estoy preguntando, ¿debería de vender todo lo que tengo? No todo, en lo que estoy en ganancia. Y también Jack in the Box, a la verga con eso. Debería vender todo. Simplemente este tipo de acción de precio, ver a Circle, quiero que vean esto. Esta línea amarilla de acá, ¿ok? En cuanto abrió Circle, abres acá, ¿no? Todos ustedes lo saben, pum. Toma de liquidez, bajas. Es una tabla semanal, no lo puedes romper. Con esta vela vienes, tomas liquidez, te lleva a altos históricos. Desde entonces has estado cayendo. Alto más bajo, alto más bajo. Mientras que sí tienes este bajo más bajo con este alto más bajo y luego este bajo más alto, yo les había dicho, algo se veía de la verga en esto. ¿Por qué? Porque esto ha cerrado 1, 2, 3 veces debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del promedio del 5. Hiciste un SFP acá, ¿no? En el promedio del 34. Todo va a venir para abajo, en mi opinión. En lo que todo el mundo está esperando que todo pompee mucho más alto y que nos lleve a nuevos altos, etcétera, la trampa está tendida, los movimientos ya se han dado. Meta debería venir hasta esta zona máximo. Espérame. No me va a dejar expandir esto, ¿a poco no? Exactamente, ahí estás. Meta podría venir a esta zona de los 6.94 para después continuar cayendo. Alto, espérenme. Ahí estaba, en Meta en realidad la respuesta de todo. Una tendencia bajista, por supuesto, muy clara. Coinbase. Te está rechazando el 55 y estás justamente acá ante los 195. En lo que sí te está prometiendo un setup de volatilidad a la alza, temporalmente en este momento. Voy a ir a Bitcoin. Quiero que vean esto. Vamos a poner la de 2 semanas en putiza. Y esto aquí es donde tú tienes que tomar una decisión. Si vas y crees que vas a venir a los 87,000, tío, MicroStrategy va a subir más porque puse ese trade en Discord. Coinbase va a subir más. Circle va a subir más. Circle va a subir más. Todo lo cripto, lo que está relacionado a cripto, ¿no? ¿Crees que Tesla va a ir a altos históricos, etcétera? Estoy viendo. Hoy me estaba preguntando, ¿por qué vergas me están diciendo otra vez que el piloto automático ya está aquí? Que definitivamente ya los nuevos coches de Tesla, que todo va para arriba. Me lo estaba preguntando en la mañana. Y luego voy y volteo esta tabla. A ver esta tabla. Promedio del 9 rechazando en los 391 junto con la zona de breakdown acá. Te puede dar un movimientito más para arriba. Digo, normalmente no compro ni vendo el tope del tope ni el fondo del fondo. En Tesla sí, no sé por qué vergas, pero no el tope del tope. Yo vendí esta, 468 acá. Me faltó esto, ¿no? Nada mal. Si esto se da la vuelta así, personalmente yo creo que esto está listo para darse la vuelta. Ya en lo que... ¿Por qué? Porque lo que he aprendido este año, sobre todo, y he tenido mucha suerte de tradearlo, es cuando nosotros estamos esperando a que todo el mundo es bajista, pero están de, güey, mínimo ahorita tiene todo que regresar a altos históricos. Si esa es la narrativa, no. Es la manera de atraparlos, promediar peor. Todo el mundo ahorita, tu Paco favorito, está comprando sus acciones, ¿no? Están entrando en el mercado una vez más, promediando de la verga, creyendo que se va a ir alto histórico, y vámonos para abajo con una sola. Ahora sí que ellos mueven el mercado y luego te lo van a justificar. Esa sería la idea. Esa sería la idea. Una vez más, esto no es alcista. Todavía. Rivian. Esos son gráficos de 2 semanas. Promedio del 55 rechazando junto con esta zona. Eso no es alcista. Circle, la de 2 semanas que tiene. No la he visto en la de 2 semanas, ¿o sí? La 2 semanas ha cerrado esto por debajo del 9. Te rechazó el promedio del 21. No vas a venir a retestearlo. Estás retesteando esta zona de los 110. Si Circle no puede romper esto a los 130, vas a barrer este mínimo. Strategy era fácil, pero en la diaria. Strategy apenas, o sea, güey, tendrías que llegar a los 150. Ahorita lo único que tienes es un cierre posible de esta tabla por encima del 5. Y esto te lo dio acá también con el rechazo del 100. Cruce plateado a la baja, promedio del 5 sería oportunidad de retesteo a la baja. Y lo mismo con el 161 acá. Si Bitcoin hoy se da la vuelta en la tarde, por ejemplo, esta vela va a valer nada. Solana también, tíos. Solana es lo que debería estar corriendo. Es lo que ocurrió en el run del 2021. Aquí es decisión tuya. Personalmente, me voy a salir a esperar mejores entradas. No te estoy diciendo que tú lo hagas. Tenemos muy buenas entradas. Esta vez quiero ser más proactivo que en el pasado, pero ese soy yo. Estás en un pedo tranquilo, no quieres estar tocando y metiendo y saliendo, no tienes que hacer nada de esto. Tienes una excelente entrada en todo lo que hemos estado entrando. Aquí la decisión es tuya, tío. Me voy a quedar, me voy a salir. Y acuérdate, si te sales y esto sube y llega al triple de altos históricos, no vengas a decir, fue tu culpa. Es tu decisión. Oclo a punto de tener un cruce plateado en la semanal también a la baja. y está cayendo de acá después de haberse llevado este máximo igualito que acá. Igualito. O sea, y estaba viendo, porque también vi, la gente más tonta que conozco viendo tablas estaba hablando de la recuperación en B. Esto lo hicieron en abril a propósito para que todo el mundo crea que es la misma situación de los aranceles a mi gusto. Viendo más y más estas tablas, no gracias. Ahí está el SP500. En este momento, y ahorita la idea sería, la cosa más culera que podrían hacer es que esto no suba mucho más, que suba tantito, pero todos los días, ¿no? Como 0.5% cada día. Para que tu Paco, que no tiene entrenamiento de absolutamente nada de esto, esté subiéndose acá, compre. Su promedio fue una mierda porque no compró esto, estaba esperando. Acuérdate, Andrew Tate y todos ellos están esperando acá, ¿no? Nosotros sí compramos. Y aquí tenemos la oportunidad de decir, ¿sabes qué? Me lo quedo y yo definitivamente tengo la convicción de que vamos a nuevos altos históricos. Y una vez más, por más análisis técnico que sepas, las tablas te ponen en el tope, se ven más alcistas y en el fondo se ven más bajistas, que es lo que lo hace más difícil. Pero el hecho de que mis noticias sean mega alcista, que Tesla me esté vendiendo de nuevo lo mismo que fue lo que me dijo a mí, güey, no vamos a regresar a ese tope, yo proactivamente me largo. Lo único que creo que me voy a quedar, que es en lo que estaré en negativo, sería Lucid. Quiero seguir, tengo una entrada más. No voy a cambiar mi promedio, no voy a cambiar mi idea, solamente le voy a poner la otra parte de mi contingencia y a la verga, ahí quedó. Todo lo demás no veo por qué no. Estoy arriba en todo. Y ahora, ¿qué pasa si se te va el tren, Alejandro? Sé dónde volver a entrar. Acuérdate, el precio, a fin de cuentas, por supuesto que quieres el precio, pero lo que más importa son los porcentajes que podamos ganar. Y aquí, para mí, yo creo que la primera vez que lo voy a jugar así, o no sé si es la primera vez, porque fue un tiempo muy corto. Sí, es la primera vez en una temporalidad tan corta que estoy haciendo esto. Yo creo que me voy a echar para atrás en esto. Me voy a quedar con mi Lucid, que es la que estoy en negativo. Deme un segundo, déjeme compruebo esto. Sí. Y en Lucid no estoy nada bajo, nada mal. Mi promedio es bastante bueno ahora. Es lo único que me voy a quedar. Todo lo demás lo va a mandar a la verga. La que estoy perdiendo es Jack in the Box. $1,000. Nada mal. Y una vez más, no estoy buscando que me copies, estoy buscando que tú te preguntes a ti mismo. Y de nuevo, tienes buenas entradas, ¿no? Si te metiste, y esto te lo digo de corazón, esto lo estoy haciendo yo por intentar ser muy verga, entonces tal vez no quieras ser como yo. Tenía esto dibujado en Coinbase, definitivamente creo que es posible, pero Coinbase, entramos aquí, en esta parte, acá salimos. Bueno, yo me voy a salir. En Circle, entramos literalmente aquí abajo. Si entraste aquí, tío, y dices, güey, ya tengo una entrada buenísima, no tienes por qué vender. Es a lo que voy. Coinbase no tienes por qué vender. Entonces, ahí, la decisión está en ti. El porcentaje que estés tan arriba, etcétera, la decisión está en ti. Si vienes a decirme, no, es que vendiste, pendejo, y todo subió más y la verga, pues lo que les digo a todos es aprendan esto. Personalmente, no estoy interesado en esto. Es más, ahorita voy a buscar a los dos Pacos que normalmente veía, a ver qué están diciendo. Porque tal vez ya llegamos al parque, tal vez la jugada de Bitcoin fue igualita que la de los 98. ¿Cuál es el objetivo de todo el mundo? No, los 78 mínimo. Ya tocaste 76, pendejo. Puta, me hubiera quedado con ese corto. Ahora, esta línea amarilla, digo, wow, amarilla. Esta línea de acá, la de los 73,800, si llegas a perderla en la diaria y empiezas a ver que en la de 4 horas nos vamos para abajo, esa sería mi zona para empezar a hacer cortos. Y puede que esta tabla haya sido tan honesta y simplemente esta vela es la hija de puta. Pero pierdes esta zona, por ejemplo, vienes para abajo, todo el mundo entraría en long y te puede hacer esto tranquilo, tío. Y todos seguirían. Eso es lo que pasó acá, literalmente. Bajaste, todo el mundo entró en long, está subiendo a huevo. Bueno, ya voy a trampito. Tuvimos mucha suerte aquí. ¿Y saben qué? Voy a ir con lo que me dice mi estómago. Y mi estómago me dice, a la verga con esto. Ahí cada uno de ustedes, lo que guste, jefes, ahí lo tienen. Micron, que era otra que nos habían preguntado. Y perdón, se me hace muy importante esto, este tipo de análisis. Micron está haciendo un poco de lo mismo, ¿no? Ese famoso doble techo en el pecho. Acá, techo, te gustaría un segundo. Ahorita lo que nosotros estamos viendo en Micron es que tienes chance de venir una vez más a la zona de entre los 400, justamente aquí, los 406 y los 413. O sea, puedes poner una cajita acá. Si esta zona no aguanta, podrías empezar a flipar todo para abajo. Pero esta tabla, altas temporalidades es muy alcista, pero cortas temporalidades no. Y si ya no hiciste un alto más alto que este, pues adivina qué. Alto, bajo más bajo. Alto más bajo, ¿y qué seguiría? Un bajo más bajo. Siguiente objetivo serían los 297 por acá más o menos. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes la confluencia de esta vela topera, el rechazo, una vez que lo rompiste, soporte y vámonos para arriba. ¿Dónde está el trade? Estaba aquí arriba, en esta zona de los 461 para abajo. Ahorita estás como en medio de todo. ¿Qué te invalida eso? Llévate este máximo. Y ahora Micron, pues sí, Micron también consolida para abajo antes de ir para arriba. Puede ser. Esto de las empresas de AI está cabrón porque es muy difícil saber la trampa que están jugando. Lo que yo creo es, y aquí voy a agregar un poco de teoría conspiracional, es que todo lo que nos están diciendo ahorita de que los robots están persiguiendo cerdos y mamás así, yo creo que es, en vez de que Project Blue Beam se trate de extraterrestres, se va a tratar de AI. Es lo que yo creería. No, es que AI nos apagó todo, nos hizo esto y va a ser puro palo. Puro palo, puro palo. Lo estoy viendo así. Vamos a ver. Tío, explica por qué en Blofin no puedo abrirlo en Nueva York, que está restringido. Para todos los exchanges que quieras usar y está en ti, hay gente que usa VPNs. No estoy diciendo que lo hagas, estoy diciéndote lo que hace la gente. Bajas un VPN y con eso puedes acceder a casi cualquier exchange alrededor del mundo. Y no tiene nada que ver con tu cuenta de banco ni nada de eso, solamente el VPN. Y aquí hay muchas preguntas muy básicas, señores, donde si mañana van a estar en la clase, por favor vean el curso. Se los ruego. Se lo ruego, se lo ruego, se lo ruego. No queremos hacer perder tiempo a ustedes por respeto a los demás miembros que ya se reventaron el curso. Véanlo. Si bien me preguntan preguntas tan básicas como no sé qué es un long y qué es un short, ahí está en el curso y por ende vamos a tener que pasarte a la parte de atrás de la cola. Interesante. Díganme ustedes, ¿qué opinan? Para darnos una buena idea. Y sé honesto, no tienes que repetir lo que yo dije o solamente llevarme la contraria. Dime lo que piensas. Y esto nos va a ayudar bastante a aclararlo. Personalmente, me voy a salir. Me voy a salir, pero ese soy yo. Y ahí cada quien, por el amor de Dios, haga de su vida un papalote y vuélelo donde quiera. ¿Ok? Con razón le están diciendo a la gente que Tim Cook está comprando Nike. Déjame ver algo. Porque esto lo hicieron con PayPal. Quiero ver cómo está PayPal. Ajá. Déjenme les enseño esto. ¿Cuántas veces no vieron la tabla de PayPal de que, güey, ve, ya estamos aquí abajo, ya estamos aquí abajo, ya estamos aquí abajo? PayPal nunca ha estado tan barato. Y ahí va para abajo. Están haciendo lo mismito con Nike. Y lo están haciendo ahorita. Ok. Definitivamente me largo al chorizo con mis inversioncillas de mierda, con mis 2 pesos. Voy a disfrutar de la tarde. Y no voy a estar en long, me voy a salir. Entiendo perfectamente que técnicamente analizando todo tiene sentido que estén en long y todo eso, pero personalmente y siempre solamente busco ser honesto con ustedes. No busco, siempre soy honesto, honestamente, con todo el mundo y le cagan los huevos a la gente. Les zurra, no hay nada peor en este planeta que la honestidad. Es más, todas las empresas han podido controlar todo su marketing para que nada sea honesto. Todas las reseñas de coches que ven ahora, pues todas no son honestas, porque a ver, ¿no te gustó el Ferrari? Dile a Ferrari para que no te vuelva a invitar a Fiorano, pendejo, ¿no? Nel. Gracias, Elon, gracias a todos, los veo en la próxima, nos vemos mañana, en realidad 7 de la mañana hora Pacífico, 10 de la mañana hora de Nueva York, para nuestra clase con todos los miembros de ETA. Vamos a ver cómo nos va, perros. A ver si en unos meses, ¿no? Con altos históricos, tu Paco favorito nadando en el parque, se burlan de mí o vemos cómo nos va. Yo me largo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Cuídense mucho y gracias por estas 4 horas y media conmigo. Los aprecio. Porten